welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another season of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League, Season 1 of 2024. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat, by these lovely chains that bind us here to the Global StarCraft League. It's great to be back for another season, and it's great to be back here with the Qualifiers. Oh boy, it's a new year, it's a new season, it's a new era of StarCraft. For those that are curious, the GSL qualifiers were held a couple of days ago. They were held 5 days ago, 6 days ago, less than a week. It's been less than a week since the GSL qualifiers were held, and for those that are in the know, you would be aware, if you've been following StarCraft for quite some time, the GSL qualifiers are not broadcasted live. They're not broadcasted live in English or in Korean. The games are held, and the GSL qualifiers, when they are held, they focus on just getting through it. They focus on just, facilitating for the players and allowing them and giving them as much time as they need, and just letting them focus on the games themselves. There is no pesky, observers or casters trying to slow them down and get into lobbies or anything like that. No. It's all about just getting through the qualifiers themselves. The replays are gathered. And a big shout out to GSL, !GSL in the chat. You can, of course, support them over on Patreon. They do provide replays to their patrons. They do provide replays to their patrons, and the pack was released a couple of days ago. To their patrons, and we are here to cover those qualifiers. We're here to go over as much as we can. Now, there are a lot of matches. Also, I should reiterate, for the qualifiers, only the qualifying matches were provided when it comes to the replay pack. We were not given access to any of the other matches in the lead up to the qualifying spots, which is a bit of a shame. I'm sure there was some really good games played, but only the qualifying matches were provided to us, so that is a bit of a heads up as to what is to come here. And we will quickly switch over our scenes and have a look at what matches are to come. Here we go. Okay, we have some qualifying matches, and we have some players lying in wait. So the way this works, Maru versus... Also, every series, best of 3. Every series is a best of 3. And up first, we have Maru versus Classic in a best of 3. The winner will advance on into GSL. The loser will face off against DRG. You can see DRG there lying in wait for the loser of this series for a second chance at qualifying for the GSL. Likewise, we have Hero versus Creator. Loser goes up against Gumiho. And then we have Dark versus Bunny. We're going over 5 best of 3s. There are going to be 5 qualifying matches here. And we will cover the second half. This is mainly half. There's 10 matches. There's 10 qualifying matches. We're going over 5 today. We're going over another 5 tomorrow. So that is how we are splitting things up here. Half and then the other half. So mark your calendars. Be sure to be free tomorrow evening or tomorrow morning, depending on where you are as well, to determine who else does make it through into this season of GSL. Oh boy. So again, a lot of matches are to be had. Now, the way this works is that there are 10 qualifying matches in round 1. You can see at the very top, this is round 1. In round number 2, the players that fail to qualify have a wild card qualifier, essentially, where there is a final chance for all these players to make it through into another qualifying spot. We will get into round number 2 tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we will be wrapping up the qualifiers and wrapping up all of these matches as best we can. So yeah, it's going to be stacked 2 days of StarCraft here, going over all the GSL qualifiers. We're going to be covering everything. We're not missing a single series. We're going to be sinking our teeth into everything that our lovely Korean players here have to offer, against some really good matches going on right now. Maru versus Classic, best Terran, one of the best Protoss going to be facing off. We have DRG, who's a wild card as well. We have seen DRG pop off from time to time. I do want to say that he has a good chance here against both Maru and Classic, but, we'll see who he faces off against. Likewise, Hero versus Creator in a PvP. Anything can happen. Anything can go on in that PvP. We've seen Hero thrive and also fail in the PvP matchup as of late. Here's to see how Creator will do. It is a shame that the loser goes up against Gumiho. Gumiho is a very unpredictable player, especially in the TVP matchup, or in every matchup, really. TVT is probably his most sane matchup. And yeah, it's not going to be easy for either hero or creator to go up against Gumiho in that lower round. And likewise, we have Dark versus Bunny, a spicy ZBT. Again, I have a soft place in my heart for Bunny. I do love him so much as a player. He's very hit and miss. I don't think Bunny is the most consistent of players, but every now and then he can really spike up in skill and really catch you off guard and look amazing as a player. So hopefully he's peaking at the moment as we get into the GSL qualifiers. For now though, we have our first series. It is going to be Maru versus Classic in a Terran versus Protoss matchup. We have our maps, we have our lobby. We're loading on in to game number 1 on Alcyone. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, a shout out to everyone in the chat. A shout out to, I see Noam Chomsky, I see Wormshik, Jenobre. Shout out to Soundo and Werehug, our first quacker of the night. Hello, Papi. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Quack, Papi, quack. As we are spawning on in. Oh, I actually haven't seen Maru's in-game clan yet in recent times, ever since he's joined his new team. And alas, there is no in-game clan. I'm shaking. Crank. Crank. I'm shaking my head. Should be getting on that, but here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing his new team, Team Vitality. It is Maru. It looks like instead of having an in-game clan, they have added the VIT letters at the start of the name. I'm shaking my head. God damn it. Crank, get on it. Make the in-game clan. Shaking all my head. Regardless, it's great to see Maru, of course, being supported by the new team. Shout out to Team Vitality and their social media. They did, of course, post their announcement video with Crank, with Solar, with Maru, with Ryung. Honestly, it was really cool. I love the production behind it. I loved the creativity behind it as well. It felt very old school. I loved the idea behind that video, and I do recommend it. Really cool to see their support. And again, this is in the aftermath of IEM Katowice. Maru had an insanely good run in that tournament, and I'm sure, as a result, as this is post IEM Katowice, we are definitely in form for GSL. Maru looking to come in as arguably the best player in all of Korea. We'll see if he can be stopped. Likewise, Classic, unfortunately, kind of missed his opportunity. He failed to qualify for IEM. Classic is one of the few players that did not travel to Poland and did not travel to IEM Katowice, despite how good he is. Again, Classic is straight up one of the best Protoss players in all of South Korea. He's top 2 alongside Hero, but he wasn't able to be a part of that event. Didn't make it, and he has been competing. Like, Classic has been competing in ESL Open Cups in the interim. You know, while players have been traveling, he has still been on that grind, and I'm sure and I hope that Classic is ready for this season of GSL. I hope that IEM Katowice and the failing of qualifying for that didn't deter him too much. I hope so. Fingers crossed. Meanwhile, this is something that Classic has been doing recently. He has been going for his tech at the natural in PvT. I'm curious if that's going to be the case here this time as well. Maru does confirm the pylon placement, does see it on the left-hand side, and there it is. Stargate is on the way. This is very unique to Classic. I've noticed it time and time again, but in this matchup in PvT, he is very fond of this specifically. Throwing down his tech here at his natural, and sometimes it goes unscattered, but he's making a trend out of this, and Maru already saw the pylon, so he should be aware of where the tech is going to be thrown down. He dips into the main, denied access into the main base as well. Ooh, the Reaper is going to have to get the hell out of here, as it will avoid the clutches of that Adept before doubling on back. And it is going to be a Stargate opener, most likely Stargate Phoenix opener out of Classic. Meanwhile, back at home, it was a double gas opener out of Maru, going for a faster factory. Much more aggressive build here from our Terran player. Hellions moving out, delayed CC for Maru, and we'll see if we can get some damage done as we move out with an abundance of Hellions and Reapers. 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. We are moving up. Behind this, we're reactoring out Cyclones. Oh my. Okay. Wasn't quite expecting that, but we are doubling down on the aggression. Hellions, they do try to bypass the army. They go for the middle line. They're diving into the main base. We do get confirmation of the Stargate. We do get eyes on the Phoenix. But can we get any probe kills? We have bled out a lot of units. One probe going to be going down. We can get a second. And can we get a third? We can. Oh, not quite here. 2 probes go down for the cost of 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Not the best trade from Maru. He does at least scout his opponent. And he's now aware of what's going on. With those Cyclones, he can defend his mineral lines. Or we can push out. Oh, we're pushing out. Oh, we actually catch the Phoenixes. Good movement here out of Maru. We do deal some hull damage, but the Phoenixes do get past those Cyclones. They go straight for the mineral line. They're going straight for those SCVs. And we will reciprocate that damage, getting 1 worker in the main base. We also get eyes on the 111. Very important scout. It has not been uncommon for Terran players to delay their starport, get into a second and even third racks, then into a delayed starport, into a 2-base all-in, or into very committed play. Instead, Maru going for a 111 straight into a third CC. Very economic follow-up. Very fast third base here by Maru. Classic has a piece of the puzzle. He saw the 111, so he knows about the relatively standard opener. He knows that it isn't going to be overly aggressive, so he can set up quite comfortably back at home. But he hasn't seen the timing of the third base. He doesn't know how greedy Maru is being, and this is greedy. Cyclones, they have arrived, getting some lock-ons, forcing some of the shield to be wasted here at the natural. It is going to be a Phoenix opener into Colossus. We are cutting Phoenixes at 3. Again, this has been a common tactic here for Classic, as he does lift up 3 of those Cyclones and will shut them down. Very nicely done by a Protoss player. Very efficient trades. Phoenixes, they do survive. They head into the main base. Liberator has arrived, but it will be shut down, only killing 1 probe. Again, really clean defense so far by Classic. And he is going for a counterattack. Well, he is at least taking control of the Zonaga. Maru behind this, still producing more of these Cyclones. He's playing Bio, don't get me wrong. We do have a second and third racks on the way. But we have been making non-stop Cyclones just to make sure we survive. We can be safe against a counterattack. And now we go into tank production. It is delayed tank production here for Maru. But they are on the way. Viking is going to get shut down. Oh, they're back. Taking some extra hits as well. Again, just a really aggressive style here at a Classic. Does rock up here on the front lines. Does get eyes on the third CC. Now he knows. Now he knows how greedy Maru has been. He's going to try and punish this. The base taking a lot of damage from those Immortals. Boys being pulled to repair. They do try to top up that CC. It looks like the CC will live, will survive. Behind this, Classic backing off, taking his own third base, working towards his upgrades, towards his own tech. +1, and Twilight Council on the way for Blink, for Charge, sorry. For either or. And Classic will pull back. I mean, Maru, this third base is already done. He got away with it. He got away with the fast third. He does defend. He's arrived with his tanks. He should be looking solid here to take his third without too much issue. So a really nice start out of Maru. He did bleed out some Cyclones, that is true. But more importantly, he got away with a fast third. So he's going to be able to make up for his losses. Going to be able to snowball out of control economically. Classic just now getting his own third up and running. It may be worth taking a fast fourth base for Classic, as he is going for charge. And he is rounding out this army. Again, winding it back a little bit, Classic, he has been very fond of just cutting these Phoenixes quite early. Only 3 Phoenixes here for Classic, which means drop play is still a little bit effective against him. Meanwhile, I was not quite expecting this already, but Classic, we take advantage of how large this map is. Alcyone, known for its longer macro games, we have a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon on the way for carrier production. Now, likewise, first, Maru was the greedy player. Now, this is a very greedy move from Classic. Very tech-heavy style. It takes a long time to produce Sky Toss to get into carrier production. If Maru is too passive, then Classic can snowball out of control. Again, Classic, he's hoping that Maru is maybe being too defensive, maybe focusing on his economy, being too passive across the map. It is a very risky move considering how aggressive Maru is known to be. And there it is, the first carrier is on the way. We are making 2 carriers at a time. Oh boy. And right now, Classic is vulnerable. Classic, he is vulnerable to an attack. He is cutting Colossus here at 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Only 2 Colossus, only 2 Immortals. Not the best ground army right now here for Classic. And Maru is pushing. Oh, Maru is pushing. Classic, he needs time. He needs time to get away with these carriers. And how many tanks do we have? We have 4 tanks here on the ground. Disable Interference Matrix is researched. And Maru is pushing in. Disable on the Phoenixes. Not what I was expecting. But all 3 Phoenixes will be going down. One of them does survive. Classic being proactive, diving on top of the tanks. Tanks, they are late to siege. 1 tank goes down. And again, Classic, he doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want to dive on this army. He's just buying time. He's just trying to buy time here for those carriers. And they are on the way. The first carrier has arrived. But we need more than 1. We need more than 2. We need up to 4. It is, sorry. Second carrier has arrived even. We are building up. Meanwhile, Maru, he responds with Viking production. Second starport is on the way. +1 ship weapons as well. We're getting into Sky Terran. And Maru taking a 4th. Very fast 4th base here for Maru. So something that I need to emphasize here is how greedy Maru has been. Very fast 3rd, very fast 4th. He's keeping up with the base count of the Protoss. He's exceeding the base count of the Protoss as Maru, he's up in workers. This is typically something that is not seen. In this matchup, typically, traditionally, we do have the Protoss player being up in bases. They need to be up in bases because of the mule. Because of how mules work, typically the Protoss, they're up a base, they're containing the Terran player, but Maru, he's expanding so quickly. And this is getting out of hand. He's up to 82 workers plus mules. Maru is soon about to max out. And Classic can't punish this. Because Classic is going for a tech-heavy style, the smart thing to do against this is to go for an economic style. Because Classic can't really do anything to stop him. Maru's getting away with so much. I mean, the alternate routes here would be for Maru to kill Classic before we can mass up carriers. But Maru, he's confident. He's feeling confident here against Classic. Happy to embrace the later game. 5th CC almost done. I say 5th CC. We have 4 orbitals on the way. Which is crazy. We have 1 here outside the 4th. We have 1 here in between the bases. We have 2 more here in the main as well. Just mass CC from Maru. Again, embracing that later game. As we spoke about though, this is because of the map. If we were in a smaller map, I'm sure we'd see a different style. But Alkione is known for its late game. So Maru is embracing it. He's not afraid. Classic rushing into the gold. Going for the gold base as a 5th. How many carriers do we have? We're up to 4 carriers. We have the mothership. Love to see it. Also, did I say 4? I should have said 6. 6 is the ideal carrier count you want to be cutting at. From here, we can go into Tempest. We can ideally go into some supportive units, though. What do we need here to support the carriers? Storm. Storm is ideal, as it does splash damage to both land and air. It's a good way to zone away those Vikings. Meanwhile, Stellar Rabbi does come in. Does catch a tank, does catch a Winter Mine, forcing Maru to pull back. A pretty successful Zealot counterattack, and Classic is continuing to move out, but against all these Vikings, I'm not so sure. As I just mentioned, what do we have here on the ground? We have a handful of Stalkers. I say handful, 17 Stalkers. That's a decent amount. But again, no Storm, no High Templar. The sheer amount of Vikings is terrifying. Ooh, we have 19 Vikings, almost enough to one-shot. You can see there that carrier barely survives on 40 HP. So we have clearly more than enough to two-shot carriers. And we're still making more Vikings. We're getting into that one-shot range. And it's not just the carriers, it's the Colossus. That's the thing. Without the Colossus, where's the splash damage? Storm is halfway done. Storm is on the way, but it may not be done in time. Mothership goes down. Big anti-armor missile as well. Classic forcing his way into these tanks. Forcing his way up the ramp. A good disable here on the carrier, and the Vikings, they're going in. There's nothing to stop them. Stalkers doing what they can here, but we do see the Vikings just going to town on the Colossus, on the carriers, and everything in the air does fall. The Vikings, they reign supreme. The Ghost and Marauders on the ground, they shut down those Stalkers. Storm is finishing up in a couple of seconds, but that was an anti-timing. Classic pushing in without the Storm. Now it's done. But what use is it? What use is it anymore, as the army has fallen? We have the High Templar, but it's too late, and Maru, he can keep pushing. He's almost maxed out. He's double expanding as we speak, taking his planetary, taking the gold base. Again, Classic just a little bit too over-eager, a little bit too overconfident. Just needs to wait a little bit longer there. Maru, he's pushing in. Again, Classic successfully got away with the carriers. He successfully got away with the Sky Toss. He was able to max out. But with a subpar army, big EMPs here. On the Stalkers, on the Colossus, we do back off. We could rotate over towards the gold, and yeah, there we go. The gold has been spotted. Maru just expanding all across the map, taking every single base he can. Liberation has arrived. We still have Vikings left over. 9 Vikings, still making 2 at a time. 3 Liberators being produced as well. And this Nexus will fall. Maru leapfrogging forward here with these libs. And Classic being forced further and further back. He does have those storms. There are 2 High Templar on the ground, 2 High Templar in the prism. The MP! MP does end up hitting the prism, not the High Templar. Storm grazes the army. We have 2 storms left. The MPs once again cover the army. Decent storm here on Maru, but 1 storm is not going to be good enough. And Maru, he does break through. Takes down the carriers, takes down the mothership. And Classic doesn't have anything left. The Sky Terran, Poppy. Liberation. The Liberators, the Vikings, they go ham. GG gets called, and Maru takes game number 1. GG. A solid win there from Maru, and again, a really impressive style as well. We have seen this from Maru in the past, where even if he sees his opponents being a little bit greedy tech-wise and cutting corners, Maru, he'll just meet you in the late game. I wind it back to Radisson Station. We did see Maru, I remember in WTL against Shopify Rebellion, Maru played on Radisson Station against Hearthstone, and Hearthstone played a similar style. Because you can get away with it on Radisson Station. He rushed into Skytoss, he rushed into a 5-base economy, he maxed out on carriers, on Tempest, and Maru embraced it. He himself got up to 5, 6 CCs, he rushed into mass Starport production, and went Sky Terran as well, and just went toe-to-toe with the late game Protoss army and just shut it down. Likewise, we saw it here. We saw it a little bit differently here, where I should put a little bit more onus on Classic. Like, shout out to Maru, of course, for scouting, preparing, and being so well set up for that scenario. But likewise, Classic, he got away with the carries. He got away with the mothership. He was looking good there. He had Storm on the way, and he did fight without it. And we saw that without that splash damage support, he could not zone away those Vikings. He could not really zone away the Vikings. He had a harder time breaking through the bio army on the ground as well, and we saw that the fight from Classic was a little bit lackluster, left much to be desired. He did overextend, he did end up losing his entire army, and from that moment, Maru ran away with it. So maybe again, Classic just a little bit too excited, maybe just a little bit too overconfident, or maybe he was feeling pressured. Maybe he was like, I maxed out, I know that I have Storm on the way, I know that I have these other things that are on the horizon, but it's Maru, and I have to kill him as soon as possible. You know, maybe Classic felt pressure to push in then and there as soon as possible, even if he wasn't quite prepared, or if he didn't have his ideal setup, and in the end things did fall by the wayside. Regardless, GG, well played. Maru does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. Best of 3 here in all these qualifying matches, which is a bit of a shame. I would love to see some best of 5s, but alas, pure best of 3s here between all our players. And we're getting into game 2 on Site Delta. Let's go. Just adding something in. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds down in the series, but looking to fight back. It's is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as banner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of South Korea representing Team Vitality. It is Maru. Leading the series 1-0, embracing a longer later game on Alkyone. Again, it was impressive to see him just rush into an insanely fast third, fast fourth, throwing down 4 CCs at a time, and yeah, able to get into his Viking production as well, to be able to meet the Sky Toss with his Sky Terran, and in the end shut it down. Meanwhile, we do see Classic scouting for proxies, checking, making sure there is no hidden racks on the left hand side before going for a probe scout. It's a really safe play at a Classic. Is moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic just opening up with a what looks to be a gate expand or a gate cyber expand. Nothing too wild here from our Protoss player. I wouldn't be surprised if he throws down his second pylon here at the natural again, just to hide his tech. Again, something very unique to Classic. As the probe gets in, and we do confirm the double gas. It is going to be a double gas opener, just like the previous game. Maru going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. Factory is on the way. Behind this, Classic just setting up back at home. Once the Cybercore is done, we can get into our tech of choice. Whether it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council. I'm feeling Stargate again, but we'll see. We'll see what Classic does have in store for us. As likewise, Maru is moving out for that scout. Behind this, going for the delayed CC, setting up with his factory. We saw that last game, it was a little bit lackluster when Maru did go for the triple Reaper double Hellion, so I imagine he's going to be diverting away from that. As we have our tech of choice, Maru, he will not quite see, does get zoned away, and it is going to be a Stargate opener once again. Once again, the Stargate here at the natural at the second pylon location. And this time, Maru, he doesn't waste any time with Hellions or with additional Reapers. He's going straight for the reactor and straight for Cyclone production. This is looking like the setup for a Cyclone drop. We'll see if we do actually commit to a second Cyclone after the first. Oh, we do not. We're going for a Cyclone into a Widow Mine. Okay, a mine drop here from Maru. Something more traditional. Something that we're a little bit more used to. And as they commit to the shade, we do clean up 2 of those Marines. Can we delay the CC up? Ooh, not quite. We don't quite save the SCV, as I meant to say, but we do delay the CC for a moment. Not the worst trade from Classic, but I wouldn't say it's ideal. 2 Adepts for 1 SCV and 2 Marines. Not really what we're looking for. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we are going for a drop. The medevac is on the way, but as you can see, we do have 1 Widowmine out, and we're not making a second Widowmine. When I saw the Widowmine, I assumed it was going to be a mine drop, but that is not the case. It looks like it is still going to be the Cyclone drop. Or I mean, we'll see how we piece this all together, and what does load into that medevac. It's going to be the 1 Widowmine. Well, it's going to be everything. We're moving up with everything we have. All of the above is the answer. Marines, Widowmines, Cyclones, all being sent across the map. Meanwhile, the Phoenix will scout, will confirm. Does get eyes on the army. And back at home, Classic, what do we have to defend? We have a shield battery and a handful of gateway units. 2 Stalkers and Adept. We do get a bit of hull damage on that first Phoenix. And we can threaten the production. See Classic trying to come in from behind. Alas, he's getting caught out of range of the shield battery. Adept goes down. Do maintain our Stalkers. Medevac, of course, does provide high ground vision. Ooh, and Classic has to be very careful here, as he does sustain some damage. Viking arrives as well. Jesus, Maru just rallying everything across the map. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC. Does trigger the shields on the Immortal, but once again, a very fast 3rd TC here from Maru. 2 games in a row. Widowmine is not going to get baited out. Up! Oh my god. So close there. Trading a Widowmine for a Phoenix. Not a bad trade for Maru. But one of the Cyclones does get targeted down. But we will take the fight. Good target firing here. Taking down some of those Stalkers. Oh, and Classic did overextend. He loses 2 Stalkers, loses the Zealots. Has to pull back to the shield battery. And Maru, he isn't trying to break his opponent. He isn't trying to bust into the natural. He's just picking up whatever he can, containing Classic to 2 bases while Maru works on a 3rd. Again, a very late 3rd base here from Classic compared to Maru's. And once again, 2 games in a row, Maru, he will take an economic lead, as the 3rd CC is now done. Again, good trades overall from the Terran. 3rd CC being morphed into the orbital. Classic moving out. Maru gonna respect it. I'll pick up there from Maru, just saving as many Marines as he can. As he does race back home. Classic gonna be committing to a counterattack here. Does pick up a Cyclone. Behind this, we're getting into Colossus production. Again, it's Phoenix Colossus as an opener, just like the previous game. So far, the builds here are pretty similar. It's the same build, straight up the same build from Classic 2 games in a row. Triple Phoenix into Colossus production into +1 and charge on the way for Classic, just like game 1. Meanwhile, Maru had a very different opener. Had a similar follow-up where he's going for a fast 3rd base, then setting up his production. But he opened up with these mass Cyclones and he was able to achieve a lot. He was able to delay the 3rd base, pick up a couple of key units. I would say this is a better start for Maru. Behind this is getting into his upgrades and now he's landing his 3rd CC on location. Again, Maru, his macro here is looking terrifying. He's gone up into his Ravens. Disable is research. Interference matrix is research, I should say. Which means these Colossi, they aren't anywhere near as imposing as they should be. Maru, he does have an answer for them. With those 2 Ravens. He's working on his tank count. Once again, building up towards 4 tanks. And just like the previous game, we may decide to move out with those 4 tanks as well. Meanwhile, Classic once again rushing into the fleet beacon. We should be seeing a 2nd Stargate. There it is. 2nd Stargate is on the way. Again, this is the same build 2 games in a row for Classic. And to be fair, it was pretty successful last game. It wasn't the build that failed Classic last game. It was maybe his impatience. Or, again, depending on how you want to look at it. Depending on how you want to interpret Classic's mindset. The fact that he did attack prematurely is what hurt him. Not his rush into Skytoss. So I don't blame Classic going for the same build. Meanwhile, Maru does move out with his 4 tanks. Does move out. Scans the main army, sees the Colossi, ready with the Ravens. As he is leapfrogging forward. Slowly pushing forward with those tanks, re-sieging. Here we go, Classic is committing. He does collapse on the army, takes down the 1st tank, but here come the disables on every single Colossus. And without Colossus, what does Classic really have? Yeah, as we stim on forward, we shut down the Immortal, we break through those Zealots. The Colossus finally break free from the disable. But the Vikings, they have arrived, and where is the support? Where is the support for Classic? It's not there. He has 1 Stalker on the ground. And the Vikings are just going ham. They're just having their way with the Colossi. Another disable goes down. And Maru, he has broken the 3rd base. GG gets called. Maru takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very decisive attack there from Maru. Classic, he was working on another base. And unfortunately, Classic just wasn't able to slow down the army. When it comes to these big pushes here on 2 bases. When it comes to these big 4 tank pushes from Maru, it did need to be slowed down. What I mean by that, if Classic was able to see this coming ahead of time, he would have been able to be a little bit more active in the center of the map And I'm not saying he could have fought the army, but he could have forced sieges. Forced sieges over and over again from Maru to slow down the push, to be able to buy time for reinforcements, for extra warp ins. As we saw there, once Maru got in the face of Classic, what could Classic do? I mean, sure, he did engage. He was forced to engage. The alternative solution there is to back off, to give up a base, give up a nexus, and be contained to 2 bases. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It was a brutal push there from Maru, and Classic just wasn't able to deal with it then and there at that 3rd base. In his face. GG. GG, well played. On top of that, I should also mention something that we spoke about in Game 1. It isn't just the fact that he wasn't able to slow down the army, it's also how decisive Maru was. In Game 1, we spoke about how when scouting Skytoss, you can deal with it in 2 different ways. You can either embrace it and kind of beat your opponent at their own game and rush into a 4th base and max out and get into Vikings and into Sky Terran, which is what we saw from Maru in Game 1. The alternative solution, if you remember, was to push out and to kill your opponent while they're vulnerable. And Classic was vulnerable there because he was spending his money not on his army, but on a fleet beacon, on a Stargate, on Skytoss. And this is the danger of rushing into Skytoss, is that you do leave yourself open to an attack like that, which is what Maru was able to accomplish. I don't know if Maru was able to really correctly identify or confirm that Classic was going for the same build, but did work out in favor of Maru anyway. And GG, well played. Classic this time wasn't able to get away with the Skytoss, with the carriers. Was able to in Game 1, not quite here in Game 2. GG. GG, well played. With that, Maru does qualify for GSL. He's our first player to qualify for the Global StarCraft League. And this means that Classic gets knocked down into another qualifying match. Oh boy, Classic, he has a chance to redeem himself. He's not out of the qualifier. It is not single elimination. It is double elimination. Just as a reminder, just as a heads up, Classic still has one more shot here. Up next, it is going to be Classic versus DRG. Let's go. DRG has been lying in wait in that lower qualifying match. This is going to be another qualifying spot here, another qualifying series for the GSL. DRG coming in from the lower bracket, and Classic, he just got knocked down by Maru, and he has a chance to redeem himself. Can fight back as we get ready for our PVZ. Let's go. Let us go. Again, there is a bracket command in the chats, but be careful with the commands. As I did mention before, at the start of the broadcast, the GSL qualifiers were a couple of days ago, and they were not streamed, but they were updated on Liquipedia, so be careful. There are spoilers on Liquipedia, so be careful with that command. You can, of course, have a look at it yourself, but we do refrain you from posting spoilers in the chat, otherwise you'll be timed out. So be wary of that. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our red Zerg player representing himself, currently teamless. It is DRG. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Just got knocked down by Maru, but he is here to fight back. He is here to qualify for GSL. It is Classic. Here we go. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know how DRG got knocked down to the lower bracket. I haven't looked at the bracket myself because I've been avoiding spoilers myself, because, you know, I'm casting and I don't want to come in like preemptively knowing what occurred. So I haven't looked at the bracket yet, but I will be diving into the bracket once we cast all the matches. Then we can just on stream together have a look at the Wikipedia page and go over all the matches and who made it and who didn't make it into GSL. We'll get there. We will get there. Meanwhile, Probe Scout going to be coming in, getting an eye on the Hatch Gas pool opener here of DRG. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Likewise, our Protoss going for a gate expand. Nothing too fancy in the early game. And we are loading into Alcyone. To wind it back, Once again, this map is more macro-oriented. You can secure yourself on 3 and even 4 bases quite easily on this map, so we do see longer games. We've seen more often than not these longer late game scenarios, 20-30 minute split map scenario matches here, which is where we could be headed between these two players. We'll see if either one tries to end the game earlier than that. So we do set up our pylon, waiting for the cyber core here before we commit to our tech of choice. I imagine Classic going to be opening up with the Stargate. Now, when it comes to Classic's playstyle here in this matchup, it is going to be the Stargate opener. But Classic is very fond, more so than Hero, more so than Nightmare. Classic is very fond of opening up Void Ray or Phoenix to shut down the Overlord and to keep the Zerg player in the dark as to what Classic is up to. More often than not, he will open up either Void Ray or Phoenix, more often than opening up Oracle. I'm curious if that continues to be the trend. That was the case leading up to IEM, that was the case in the qualifiers for IEM Katowice as well, but in the aftermath, I'm curious if Classic has adjusted his playstyle. As DRG is getting into his third base, third hatchery being thrown down, Classic does get eyes on it, being active here with his Adept. Chain towards the main, and it is going to be the Oracle first. Okay, I'm ready for it. I'm here for it, Classic. Again, this is something that we've noticed a trend of Classic deviating away in the lead up to IEM Katowice. Again, it was just non-stop Void Ray openers, non-stop Phoenix openers. But I'm happy to see Classic now embracing a much more standard game here. This should be Oracle into a second Oracle, into a third base, into triple Oracle, into a standard game. We'll keep an eye on Classic. There is that second Oracle. And so far, no one has really deviated. No one has really strayed away from the norm. We do have our Evo Chamber. This should be for +1 melee for DRG, for Lingbane Roach Ravager. Overlord is going to be shut down. But again, DRG is at least aware of the Stargate and of the Oracle, as it did provide high ground vision. Third base is being taken, and Classic is moving out. It's going to be on DRG to minimize his losses. In the main base, we have a Spore on the way. We do have two queens, a queen here at the natural. We do have queens set up here at the third. The main is looking a little bit more exposed, but it looks like the Spore will finish up just in time, and the queen will pop out as well. The DRG is in position. Classic not able to find any drones. Rotates over towards the third base, but again, queens also lying in wait. We get 2 drones in total. Adepts, they do shade in. But so far, good defense from DRG. As we did mention, there's that +1 melee in production. Baneling Nest being thrown down instead of a Roach Warren. Interesting. So I assumed that DRG would be going into Roach Ravager, but with that Baneling Nest, DRG, he may go Lingbane into Hydra. Could even go Mutas. We have options. We have a lot of options available here for DRG. It is not set in stone. Adepts do not commit to the shade. Oracles, they threaten to dive towards that natural. Queens are getting in position. And behind this, it's going to be +1 and a Blink on the way with the Gateway Explosion. We're getting up to 6 gateways here on 3 bases. Ooh, that's going to be a cancel on the 4th. As the 4th gets canceled, we do see DRG going for a big counterattack. The Stalker is under fire, and it's going to be going down. Good pick up here from DRG. Gets the Stalker. Should back up from here. Oh, as we try to commit. Once again, 4th base is delayed, as the Oracles do focus on that drone. DRG does bleed out a couple too many lings, and we're going for a bust. Oh my god. I was not expecting this, but the 4th base, after being denied for the 2nd time, soon to be denied for the 3rd time, we're done. We don't care anymore. The queens are waddling across the map. The Oracles are busy. They're distracted by the drones, and we're going for a massive Ling Bane bust here at the 3rd base. We're going to surround here on the army. We waddle into the mineral line. Probes are going down. And Classic, his pants are down, woefully underprepared here for the Ling Bane. And the 3rd base is being broken. The queens! They do come across those Oracles. Stalkers are on the way, but there's no shield battery. There's no shield battery, there's no overcharge. Yeah, he knows that he cannot defend this 3rd. It's not going to happen. He's gonna try it. But the Lings, they get us around. They shut down the Stalkers. They force a recall. Only 3 Stalkers survive. And the 4th base will fall. Meanwhile, the walls on the wall. The Lings, they get in. They bust into the natural. They bust into the main base. Probes are going down left and right. And DRG, from here, he can go back home. He can drone. We have a lair on the way. Gases are being taken. DRG is droning. The damage has been done. 26. Oh no! 26 worker kills and we're not done. It's not over. We get in once again. Classic doing his best hero impression. Not like this. Not like hero. We get us around. We shut down the Stalkers. GG gets called and DRG takes game number 1. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Not the game that I was expecting, and I'll be honest, I don't think DRG was expecting that game either. His Bailey Nest was at the 4-minute mark. It wasn't insanely early or anything like that. Like, he was trying to take a 4th. I'm pretty sure DRG, his Bane bust, his Queen Walk across the map was more of a reaction than anything because of that. Because of the Oracles denying the 4th base over and over again. He just said, screw it, I'm just going to send it across the map. And because Classic was hyperfixated on denying that 4th base, the Oracles did not see the move out. They did not see the army. And Classic was not prepared for it. He was caught out, he was surrounded, he was shut down, and GG. DRG takes game 1. Does take a lead in this series. And now DRG is 1 game away from qualifying for our first season of GSL for the year of 2024. Una más, papi, is all he needs. Catching up the chat, I see Legoland M. How does one get a hold of replays? Exclamation mark GSL. Exclamation mark GSL in the chat. If you want to support the GSL, if you want to gain access to the replays yourself, then you can do so via the GSL Patreon. So you can head on over to their Patreon, support the Korean scene, and you don't just gain replay packs, I believe you also gain behind the scene photo shoots. There are photo shoots that I had. There's behind the scene interviews as well. GSL, they do provide a bit of content for you if you are interested in that sort of thing. So do check it out if you are interested. Otherwise, spawning in the bottom right hand corner. In the bottom right hand corner, we have it. The South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. It is leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from qualifying from GSL. It is DRG. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Classic. We go. When in doubt, run it down mid. Feels dank, man. True, Papi, true. Just send it, Papi, send it. Aye, as DRG is going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool this time, forced to take the unnatural natural, so more of an uncomfortable start here for DRG. As Classic is going to confirm that. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic going for a gate expand, going for a standard setup as well. The early game is looking normal for the time being. We'll keep an eye on the tech of choice here of our players. Classic should be going for another Stargate opener, but what comes after the Stargate, that is the real question. It's going to be the real question here as we are setting up against Side Delta. Is more of a unique map in the map pool, does have a ramp leading into the natural. As a result, this is a much more defendable natural base, more so than many of the other maps in the map pool. So Classic should be feeling a little bit safer here in the early game. Link speed is being researched. DRG going to be pulling out of gas, so we're not rushing into a fast lair. We're not rushing into fast tech. Just working with that first 100 gas here, being as efficient as possible. Meanwhile, across the map, Classic is going to be opening up Stargate. Is going for that Stargate opener. Based on the rally, should be the Oracle first, but we'll keep an eye on Classic to see if he deviates and if he goes for the tried and true Void Ray opener or Phoenix opener. which he was known for many months. As the Adept is shading across the map. Is going to be shading out. There's that first Oracle in production as we speak. So once again, going to be an Oracle opener here at a Classic. Adept, we shouldn't be committing to any of these shades yet. We should be waiting for the second Adept to get across the map. Again, 2 Adepts do one-shot workers, so they will pose a threat to the mineral line of DRG. It's going to be on the Zerg player to keep up with those Adepts. For the time being, we have 1 queen in the main. We have 2 queens here at the natural. Adepts, they will try to get into that mineral line, but Lings are here to stop them. Good target firing here by DRG. Gets 1. Uh-oh. Does get a kill on 1 Adept. That does mean that he can counter-attack here. He's moving out across the map, and he can delay the 3rd. Speaking of, Classic in the midst of establishing that 3rd base. But without the Adept, then it's going to be that much more vulnerable. Lings, they have arrived, and they try to find that probe. They will come across it. The probe gets found out, and we will get a kill. Good pick off there by DRG. Does delay the expansion. Classic sending out a 2nd probe. But the Lings are here. The Lings, they have arrived. They dive on top of the worker, and we delay the 3rd base once again, even longer. And this is the danger of losing your first Adept like that. If you lose your Adepts, you lose map control. If you lose map control, you lose your 3rd. And we have a 3rd probe coming in. Finally, we can throw down our Nexus. Meanwhile, across the map, Oracle comes in. We do get a stasis. We do get 2 probes. Sorry, 2 drones. Not too bad. Do manage to get some damage. DRG still has to take these Oracles seriously. Is in position behind this. We do have a Forge, a Twilight Council +1, and Blink should be on the horizon. Getting into our 4 gateway explosion. 6 gates in total. Classic going for the same build. Same build 2 games in a row. This time, hopefully he can actually get into his Blink Stalkers. As the Oracle does manage to slip in before the Spore finishes. 3 drones go down. Not a bad start here for Classic. Gets 3 workers. Does survive with the Oracle. Can live to fight another day. And this time DRG, instead of going for the Bailey Nest, is going for a Roach Warren. So a much more standard opener here from DRG. Much more standard follow-up. Is going for Roach Ravager. And this should be for +1 range as well on that E-Red Chamber. Which means Classic can get into his game. He can actually get into his game here. Tumors are going to be focused down. Classic pulling back. +1 and Blinker on the way, and they will finish. As DRG is getting into a more passive defensive game. Classic doing well, laying the creep thread, focusing down those tumors. Well, melee is on the way, not range. Interesting. So it's still going to be Lingbane Roach Ravager. We're not committing to just pure Roach Ravager or anything like that. Do have a safety amount of roaches on the way. DRG has successfully joined up to 75, working on that 4th base. And we see another reason why we didn't invest into range. That is a Spire. Spire is on the way. That is what we're spending our gas on. We're going to be banking up here to go into a Muta switch. Now, Mutas can be devastating in this matchup. We've seen time and time again, if the Spire goes unscouted, and if the Protoss player is not ready for Mutas, then they will kill workers in these mineral lines, they will get damage done, and they can snowball out of control. It can be devastating what Mutas can do. Only if they go unscouted. And even before that, Classic is in the face of DRG. We're pushing in. Blink is done. There are Oracles to support. Classic. Oh my god, no fear. He dives on top of the roaches. Picks off No Lord, gets a roach. At the same time, Adept say shade into the mineral line, and damage is being done. DRG, his attention is being pulled apart. We got 4 drone kills here at the 3rd. Meanwhile, the army is being kept busy. DRG is banking up gas. He is banking up gas. He is banking up minerals. The Spire is now done. DRG is not supply blocked. And where are the mutas? There they are. 11 mutas being made at a time. And Classic, I'm a little bit concerned for him. There is a shield battery here. Oh, there's a cannon here at the 4th. There's a shield battery at the 3rd. The Nashville in the main base looking very exposed. But he's being hyper aggressive with these Stalkers. As DRG is going to be moving out with his mutas, Classic is moving in with his Stalkers. And can DRG hold? The Queens! Queens are exposed. One Queen goes down. The mutas are being revealed. Yeah, Classic, he is aware of them. Does push on forward. Good blinks here against the Lings. Going to be cleaning so many of them up. As Classic, as long as his blinks are good, he can break through DRG. He invested so much into his mutas. The mutas, they are getting across the map, but at the same time, can he hold on? He cannot. The roaches, they're falling one after the other. The boys are being pulled. And Classic is barely losing anything. 4 Stalkers for 15 roaches. We chase down the Queens. The mutas are getting damage done, but Classic, he doesn't care. We blink on top of the army. Focus down the Queens, focus down the Ravagers. Classic is very committed with this. He's very all in. Boys are being pulled. But there just is not enough Zerg. The Oracles, they go ham on the Lings. Reinforcements are on the way. Can we survive? Can DRG hold on? So far, it looks like we cannot. He is broken. The mutas, they wreak havoc across the map. But Classic, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called. He barely breaks through. He ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh, that was actually a pretty close game. Again, the mutas were doing so much. We didn't actually see them on screen, but you could see the kill count on the left-hand side. You could see how many probes were dying to those mutas. They were doing so much damage. But Classic, he knew what he needed to do. He knew that as long as he could get on top of those roaches, break through the Ravagers, as long as he could break the ground army, he would win that game. It was basically a base trade between the players, and Classic came out on top. And with that, we are tied up. We're tied up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. It's such a shame. It's such a shame that these qualifying matches are best of 3s. I understand that it's a lot of matches and they want to get through them as quickly as possible when it comes to, Afrika and the organizers of GSL. I would love to see more between these two, but alas, one more game is all we have. And we're loading in to Oceanborn. We are loading in. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Or is this where his story does end in the GSL qualifiers? We have our red Zerg player. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds, forcing the ace match, fighting back. He is one of the best Protoss players in South Korea. He deserves to be in GSL, but can he make it? It is Classic. The Twisted Minds. Oh boy. Here we go. Now, we've seen the same build from Classic 2 games in a row. It's been a Stargate opener into triple Oracle, into a third base, into +1 Blink Stalkers, into 6 gate +1 Blink Stalkers, game after game so far. Been the same playstyle. Will we see it again in game 3? Meanwhile, DRG has been varying it up. And I bring this up because Oceanborn is a pretty good map for roach-based all-ins. If DRG wanted to cut workers, if you wanted to go for a Queen Walker across the map, for a Nidus across the map, a German Taxi even, a Ling Bane, a Queen all-in, there's a lot of aggressive options available on Oceanborn. The reason for this is because this third base is very exposed. There's no point of elevation here, and the entry point to the third is basically at the halfway mark. Here, halfway across the map, this is the ramp leading into the same kind of point of elevation of the third. And here at the third base, it's wide open. It's a large entry point. It's very, very exposed and very vulnerable to these queen-based all-ins. So we have seen that time and time again here by Zerg players, where we see it here from DRG. I'm sure he's tempted. I'm sure the Classic is aware of the potential for this as well. So we'll see. We'll see if DRG does embrace the aggression. He already did it in game 1. He was already able to find some success. But a lot of that was because he kept it hidden from Classic. Ooh, as a very interesting position for that second pylon. Interesting. I'm curious. Okay, so the Stargate is thrown down here on the right-hand side at the natural. Unlikely to be scouted because typically the tech would be in the main. This is curious because this could still be an Oracle, but I wonder if we're going to be having some fun here and going for something a little bit different. We'll keep an eye on the Stargate. We'll see if we go for a Void Ray or not. For now, Classic getting across the map. Moving out with his Adept. Does move out, is going to be threatening a Shade. As we did mention, as we saw in game number 2, you have to be very careful with his Adept. You cannot lose it, otherwise DRG will punish you and will delay that third base for as long as he can. These early game Adepts, they do have value here. They do have a place when it comes to expanding and taking the third. The Adepts will pull back. And it is going to be the Oracle. It is going to be an Oracle first here. Now, because of its position, it does technically get to the third base a lot faster. The rush distance by air is shorter here for Classic, so it is more efficient. An interesting position nonetheless, but it is still just Oracle opener. No Void Rays. So Oracle opener here. The Oracle heads towards that third. Queens are in position. We ignore the Queen. We focus down 3 of those drones. Or did we overextend as we take a lot of hits and we barely do escape? Barely the Oracle does survive, but that was a bold move at a Classic. Behind this, we're taking our third base. Adept is in position to defend. And do you see what I see? I see a Twilight Council. I see a Robo. I do not see a Forge. Uh-oh. No Forge inside. This looks quite aggressive from Classic. The lack of Forge tells us that we're not really thinking further ahead. We're not working towards the mid-game. There's the Gateway Explosion. Is this Glaive Adepts? Oh my god. A lot of gases are being taken. Sorry, a lot of gateways are being thrown down. We are still on 2 gases. That's going to be 6 gates. It's a 2-base all-in. It's a 2-base charge all-in. Not Glaives. It's going to be charge ult instead. This third base, essentially a fake. A fake third base here from Classic. That's going to be an 8-gate all-in here from our Protoss. You can see here, pulling the boys, maynarding over. These probes are the gas mining probes. 0 gas here in the main base is being mined. They are maynarded over towards the third base to make it look like he's droning. To make it look like he's probing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, and DRG has no idea what's going on. He is happily droning. Even if he scouts the third base, it's not going to be enough. He's going to see workers. He's going to see workers. He's going to be seeing saturation. Revelation here on the army. Again, we will at least have roaches to defend. That is true. But we're going to have a lot of zealots. The Ling does confirm the zealots. Big scout. We do get eyes on the army. DRG, spine crawlers. Throwing down as many spine crawlers as he can. He now knows that the all-in is coming. He has seen enough. He has pieces together. But he has very little time to react. As Classic is on the way. GG trying to set up here, back at home. We have still not pulled back into gas, by the way. We're not transitioning out of this. 0 gas income for Classic. And how many zealots do we have? At 20 zealots coming in from Classic. Where are the roaches? 7 roaches on the way. DRG pulling back here, trying to minimize any kind of surface area. Does pull back to the mineral line. Spine crawlers are finishing up. Roaches are arriving. Can the Queens hold on? Another massive warp in here in the face of DRG. And the Queens, they're being shut down one after the other. Classic, he has broken the third base. Roaches, they're pulling back to the natural. But the massive stasis trap, it does go off. The roaches get caught out. And we're not done. We're pushing into the natural base as well. It looks like Classic, he has done another massive warp in. And GG gets caught, and Classic qualifies for GSL. GG. GG, well played. A late scout from DRG, a delayed reaction, did throw down spine crawlers. He was situated in the mineral line to reduce that service area, but it wasn't enough. The Sea of Zeld snowballed out of control. We had roaches on the way, but they arrived too little too late. Again, if those roaches arrived a couple of seconds sooner, just a couple of seconds sooner, then suddenly the roaches, they can buffer for the queens. And if they're suddenly in front of the queens, we can transfuse, we can buy time, we have extra DPS, the queens survive, which means the prism can't be as aggressive, and the prism has to be more further back to warp in. It can't be in the face of the Zerg. Everything changes if the roaches come out in time. But alas, Classic, he was able to hit DRG before he could amass those roaches. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic as he does qualify for GSL. My condolences to DRG. He had a good showing here. He had a solid game one. Alas, Classic able to pull off the all-in here. I see the chat. Classic, he's an animal. He is. You have to be an animal to play Protoss, though. I mean, again, you have a lot of tech available to you. You can't be afraid to all-in. You can't be afraid to just cut workers and just cut gas mining and just send it, man. Just send it. Ay, ay, ay. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Classic, as both Classic and Maru have made it out of Group A. They have both qualified. And we can take a moment here to go over our matches. For the night. Okay. So you can use the bracket command in the chat, but the bracket command in the chat does have spoilers, so you can have a look at the matches that we just went over. Maru 2-0 Classic to qualify for GSL. Classic has taken down DRG 2-1, also does qualify for GSL as well. Now, if you are a fan of Dongray Gu, of DRG, he's not out. He's not out yet. The players that have made it to these qualifying matches and that don't qualify, players like DRG, for example, they are seeded into a second bracket. There is a last chance qualifier. Where at the end of round one, you can see round one at the top. At the end of round one, all the players that failed, they're all going to be seeded into their own bracket, and they're going to be fighting against each other for the final qualifying spots for GSL. So technically, DRG has one more chance in that kind of last chance qualifier that he's going to be going up against, and he's going to be going up against the loser of these next three players. Up next, we have Group B. Group B, which is Hero versus Creator in a qualifying match, in a PvP. The loser of that series goes up against Gumiho. Gumiho is lying in wait for the loser of that PvP. After that, we have Dark versus Bunny at the end of the night, and that isn't it. That isn't the end of round one. We have Dark versus Bunny in a qualifying match. Loser of that series, as I switch over towards the second half, bam. Loser of Dark versus Bunny goes up against SOS. The $100,000 man himself. He has returned. I mean, he's been back for a while now, and he's been popping up here and there. He's had a couple of decent showings, but he has yet to really show off here, yet to really come back to his previous form. So is SOS looking good? Is he still, building himself up? We'll see. SOS will be going up against the loser of Dark versus Bunny. Then we have Cure versus Shin. Loser goes up against Stats. Beyond versus Solar. Loser of that series goes up against Su in that final series as well. And as a reminder, all the players that fail to qualify for these matches of GSL, they all get seeded into that last chance qualifier. So there is going to be another chance. But yeah, a lot of really good matches. A lot of really good qualifying matches are ahead of us. But for now, we can wind it back here and focus on our next series. Focus on our PvP between Hero and Creator. Let's go. Thanks for that graphic. It makes the schedule of the day a lot clearer. Oh, thank you. We do our best. We do our best. But yeah, it's just a good way to get a feel on not just the schedule, but also just like how the format works. As a reminder, we're only casting these 5 matches. These 5 matches we are casting today. We're going to be casting the second half, these 5 matches, tomorrow. 10 best of 3s in total. 10 best of 3s. Tomorrow, we won't just be casting the second half, we will also be going over that last chance qualifier. That last chance qualifier will also be casted on the channel in 24 hours. So stay tuned for that. But again, we're focusing on this first batch of qualifying matches. And yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be we've reached the halfway mark. We've reached the halfway mark at this point. We're going on a short break. When we return, we will have Hero versus Creator into Gumiho into Dark versus Bunny. Coming up next, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate your hydras, disrupt? What? Drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, and cuddle your carriers. When we return, we'll be back with that PvP. See you soon. Huh. fans, welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with the second half of today's broadcast. We just wrapped up with 2 qualifying matches. We just wrapped up with Maru versus Classic as well as Classic versus DRG, and now we have arrived with something a little bit different with a PvP between Hero and Creator. As a reminder, the winner of this series will qualify for GSL. The loser gets knocked down to face off against Gumiho in another qualifying match. Oh boy, so they do have a second and even technically a third chance as well behind this, but you don't want to risk it with those chances. You want to be making it here in first place. You want to be making it out into GSL as quickly as possible to reduce the stress, to just give yourself the easiest road to the event as you can. But here we go, we are loading into game 1 on Alkione. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our blue Protoss player representing Dragon KZ Gaming, the best Protoss in all of South Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the world. I think I may actually be comfortable saying that. The best Protoss in the world, it is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Club NV, it is Creator. After Masters Coliseum 7, after IM Katowice, after this past 2 months of StarCraft, maybe 3 months of StarCraft, I think nowadays I'm comfortable saying that Hero is the best Protoss player in the world. Up until then, I would always have the caveat of max packs, but again, in recent months, I do think that Hero's form is greater than that of max packs'. Obviously, form does change over time, and players peak at different times, and come the next big events, come the next big, especially online regionals, max packs can definitely spike back up, is definitely possible. But for the time being, I would comfortably say that Hero, he is looking on fire right now. I would say that Hero has the best PvZ in the world, straight up. His PvP, you could definitely argue that max packs has Hero beat in PvP, but even then, Hero is one of the few Protoss players out there that does actually make max packs sweat and does bring max packs down. So there's definitely argument to be made. I think I will say, I think I do like Max Packs' PvT more. I do think that Max Packs' PvT is better than that of Heroes. I think I will go that far. I think in the other matchups I would give the edge to Hero, but I think PvT Max Packs is looking more solid. But I may be a little bit biased. Not from the Cure series. I may just be biased because of how often Max Packs plays against Clem and how often we see his PvT. I feel like I don't see Heroes, Protoss versus Terran as often myself. Well, again, regardless, we're getting into this, getting into a Protoss versus Protoss matchup, and here we go. Hero opening up Stalker Sentry. Meanwhile, Creator opening up aggressively with Double Adept. Double Adept opener out of our red Protoss player. Ooh, going for a Stargate behind this way. Very aggressive build here from Creator. He is delaying his expansion in favor of Adepts on the ground and an Oracle in the sky. All designed to kill workers, to kill probes. Here we go. We're following up with a Double Adept with a third and fourth Adept. From here, we can go for a fifth and sixth. We can just continue to build up more and more Adepts and send everything across the map. Hero, can we hold on? Can we defend? Can we minimize our losses as he's going for a Nexus first? 2-gate opener into a Nexus. Economic build here by Hero. Adepts, they have arrived. Hero does get a couple of shots in. Does chip away at one of those Adepts. At the same time, he does wall off in time. Does throw down that shield battery. And the Adepts are being forced back. Again, good focus fire out of Hero. Just trying to slow down, trying to focus down that Adept. And can he get it up? Oh, barely will not. The Adepts will shade away. Behind this, we are going to be meeting up here. All 4 Adepts going to be moving out across the map. 4 Adepts, they can try to DPS down one of those shield batteries, depending on its low HP or how much HP it has. Oracle coming into support. We are not making a 5th and 6th Adept, so we're not doubling down on aggression, but regardless, Creator is still looking for some damage. He's still looking to pay this off and make this worth his while. As the Adepts, they do threaten the shade. No probe in position. Oracle is going to be zoned away. Does get a revelation. Shield battery finishing up just in time. And Hero, he has deflected the army. He hasn't really taken much damage at all. What if they do commit? They focus on one of the sentries. And they're going to get the other as well. Big pickoffs there by Creator. Gets 2 sentries and even gets a couple of probes. Now, what's important here is that with the death of those sentries, Hero is going to have limited scouting. He does confirm the Stargate, yes, but he hasn't seen the follow-up. He doesn't know about the Twilight Council. Meanwhile, 2 Oracles that get into the main base. 5 probes go down. Good damage dealt here by Creator. Again, 2 Oracles, 1-shot Workers. Doesn't matter if you have a shield battery. Workers will still go down. And remember, he needed to get damage done. Creator, his Nexus was quite late, or far later than that of Heroes. So he had to equalize that damage. Had to kill some workers to make up for that. Meanwhile, Hero, he does get him with some adepts. He does get him with some adepts. Does shade in. Hero getting 2 probe kills. Nothing too major. Does help even things up. As behind this Hero, he's working towards Blink. So is Creator. Both players working on their Blink Stalkers. Creator still moving out with his Oracles. Likewise, Hero pushing out with his Mass Stalker. And he does have Blink. There is a window. There's a window here with Creator. He doesn't have Blink. Hero does. He can out-control Creator. Blink's still in the way. Shield battery working wonders, though. Gonna be able to hold on. Second shield battery in production. Oracles are moving out. So Creator, it looks like he was maybe thinking of bringing them back home, but now he's realized that he's safe and sound. He will defend, and Hero instead takes a 3rd. Now, even though Hero wasn't able to break the natural base, he is able to contain his opponents, and he does delay the 3rd base of Creator. Meanwhile, he's in position. Is in position, does focus on one of the Oracles, gets the 2nd Oracle as well. Big pickoffs. And those Oracles were not worth it. We only killed 6 probes in total. That was in conjunction with those adepts. So a big loss there for Creator. Behind this, now he's in. Now he has Blink of his own. Catching up with his own 3rd. And as the dust does settle, Hero has a slight economic lead. Is going to get a little bit larger here with that faster Nexus. Both players are working on their next step. We have Forges on the way, Robos as well. +1 for potentially Immortal production. The game is going to be settling from here. Game is going to be settling from here. Going to be calming things down, saturating our 3rd bases. It is +1 on the horizon. We should soon be seeing it from Hero as well. There we go. And Hero going to be the first to take up into Charge. Charge on the way, so Hero just focusing on a Swarm Toss style, not going pure Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, Creator, he hasn't deviated yet. Hasn't gone for Charge, hasn't gone for Immortal production. As I say that, there we go. Charge now on the way. He is slightly behind Charge of Hero, but only by a couple of seconds. Not the biggest of issues. Not the biggest window. So should be able to get into that. Hero, once he's got his 3rd base up and running, immediately does take the 4th. Taking a greater economic lead. Creator behind his opponent by only a couple of seconds. Only by a couple of seconds there as the 4th base is thrown down. So it does feel like Hero is 1 step ahead, or like a slight step ahead that of Creator. Faster +1, faster 4th, faster Immortal production. Speaking of, Creator hasn't invested into Immortals at all. Going for a War Prism and going for a Temple Archives instead. Working towards Archons. The Immortals, they will help in the head-to-head fight between Stalkers, less so against Charge Lots. Less so against those Zealots. This Hero, he will have to pull back, does lose the Observer. Good pick up there by Creator. Leading out a Stalker. Does bleed out a Stalker towards the end there. Hero going to be pulling back, reinforcing with more Zealots. I don't know if you noticed, but Hero, he is down in the overall Stalker count. That is true, but that's because we're not really about the Stalkers anymore. It's all about the Charge Lots, the Archons, the Immortals. Hero with a much more complex army. Creator is still going for his own Warp-ins, is lacking those Zealots, is lacking the buffer force that he otherwise would have to protect those Stalkers. Observer gets sniped. We pounce on top of the army. Creator with a brutal blink. He exposes himself. Stalkers are going down. We bleed out 4 or 5 Stalkers. And Hero is snowballing out of control. He pounces on the army. Breaks through the Zealots. Gets on top of the Archon. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. The overcharge working wonders. Keeping Creator alive. But the overcharge is running out. Again, that was a brutal blink earlier. And we just mow through that mineral line, and 10 probes go down. And it looks like Hero, he has done it. He has broken through. As everything does pull, a couple of Stalkers will escape, but the third base has been broken. And Hero is pushing in towards the natural. A little bit distracted by the third. He does pull back. Is going for some secure damage as he just waits for reinforcements. And sometimes all it takes is one bad fight. And Hero does get a kill in the third. And instead of going into the natural, we avoid it. We just head towards the fourth. We head for the fourth base instead. And Hero respecting the army quite a bit. Again, waiting for another wave. 10 Zealots being warped in at a time. Hero, he does end up bleeding out some of his units here, but yeah, he has more than enough to break the fourth. Again, that blink earlier was brutal from Creator. He didn't know that the army was waiting for him, didn't know that there was that many Zealots lying in wait. That was the beginning of the end. With that, we pounce on top of what little was left here of the army for Creator. Stalkers are going down, GG gets called, and Hero will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nothing too fancy out of Hero. I mean, it was interesting to see that Hero was the defender in the early game. It was very interesting to see that dynamic as Creator was being hyper aggressive, but it wasn't worth it. Remember, winding it back, the Stargate opener for Creator didn't really achieve too much. He forced a shield battery. True, he killed 6 probes. That's not worth the Stargate and 2 Oracles, as he did end up losing all of them. Did fall behind when it came to Blink. As a result, he was contained to 2 bases. That's why Hero was able to take a faster third base, because of his Blink timing. Able to establish that faster third, and able to get into a slightly better economy, which led into a slightly better army, a larger army towards the end of the game. Of course, it didn't help that Creator was kind of baited into that Blink. Baited into the army as well. And now we're getting into game 2. Game number 2. Never thought we would see GSL 2024. No faith, papi. What do you mean? As long as GSL has support on Patreon, they're going to keep going. I do believe that. I do believe that at least. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our blue Protoss player. Our South Korean Protoss representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Club NV. It is Creator. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And it was a rough start to game number 1, but now we get a fresh start here in game 2, and we are going for gate expand setups. Oh boy. Now, Site Delta is one of the few maps, one of 2 maps in the map pool that has a ramp leading into the natural. It is Site Delta and Radisson Station. As a result, gate expands are very common on this map. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to be an economic opener. It looks to be the case, but Creator is going double gas. Double gas opener out of Creator, single gas opener out of Hero. Hero is looking for a faster expansion. Creator is going to be going for a Stargate first. Or should be setting up for a faster tech, faster Stargate. Second gas now being taken. is going to be a little bit later here for Hero. Going for the Cyber Core. We'll see it. Can we get these expansions up and running? Or will we deviate? Zealots are on the way. Now, if Hero also opens up Stargate, then we may end up in a place that not many people enjoy. If both players open Stargate before Nexus, we may be entering Phoenix versus Phoenix. Phoenix Wars could be upon us. Again, Creator, he does have the gas lead. Once the Cyber Core is done, we can afford that Stargate. Zealot has arrived. We're going to be zoning that probe away. There's the Stargate for Hero. There's the Stargate for Creator. We have scouted each other, which means this is most likely going to turn into Phoenix Wars. Oh boy. We love it, right? It's beautiful. Unfortunately, Phoenix Wars isn't the most dynamic of army compositions when they face off against each other. The reason for this, in this mirror matchup, if you end up losing a Phoenix ahead of time, then things very quickly snowball out of your control, and it's so difficult to recover. Likewise, there's very limited micro potential with the Phoenixes. So it isn't as, again, as dynamic. That's probably the best way to put it. But we'll see. We'll see if we do commit. There it is. Phoenixes are on the way for Hero. Phoenixes on the way for Creator. The Phoenix Wars, they have begun. Now, at this point, we're locked in. At this point, if you at any point stop making Phoenixes, you will most likely die. That's the problem here in this kind of position, is that our players have to make Phoenixes. If they ever stop, they lose. Like, we're locked in, Bappy. There's one thing to do right now, one thing only, and that is make Phoenixes. As the Creator does break into the natural. The one Zealot and the one Adept, they actually do break in. Can they get any probe kills? Not quite, not in the natural. Adept is going to be shut down. Likewise, Zealot does slip into the main base, but we do have another lift. And we will pick up the Zealot as well. Hero, he was under quite a bit of pressure there, but he will defend. Meanwhile, Creator, he's going for a second Stargate for double Phoenix production. Second Stargate on the way for Hero for double Phoenix production as well. Again, as you mentioned, in the PvP matchup, if you stop making Phoenixes, you die. Like, you cannot stop. That is also why you are vulnerable when you throw down a Fleet Beacon, because the Fleet Beacon usually does cut into your Phoenix production. Oh, as they do engage! Going to be trading 1 for 1. Both Creator and Hero leading out of Phoenix. So far, no clear advantage yet. We are still even. Creator has a slightly faster second Stargate, but only slightly by a couple of seconds, not the biggest of deals. This Hero is going to be threatening the production. Interesting, Creator making a Zealot. I'm not so sure how I feel about that. So it's all about Phoenixes and all about site defense. This Zealot could have been a shield battery, for example. Shield battery, overcharge, we can have a more defensive position. But I guess, oh, okay, right, that makes sense. We fully walled off, so we have to make the Zealot to break out to expand. That's a brutal position here for Creator. But he does need to kill that pylon, as he is locked in. Meanwhile, Phoenixes are amassing. We are stacking as best we can. We have 6 versus 6. Ooh, Hero throwing down an aggressive pylon. Now, the way this works, so because Phoenixes don't shoot down, aggressive shield batteries and aggressive cannons are a thing in PvP. In Phoenix versus Phoenix. Like, you can throw down pylons, you can throw down shield batteries. Hero, again, threatening a dive, looking for any moment of weakness. More Phoenixes on the way. The pylon is going to be delaying any kind of expansion here towards the bottom left. Meanwhile, Hero, he does have eyes on the northern base. Fleet Beacon is on the way for Creator, for Phoenix range. Meanwhile, Hero, he's setting up for an expansion. So Hero will have a faster third. Creator will have the better Phoenixes. Given time. Here we go, Hero, he does push in. He comes out better. He does out-trade Creator, and just like that, Hero snowballs out of control, does focus down additional Phoenixes. And Creator, he's down 2 Phoenixes. That was a brutal trade for the Red Protoss. Ay, ay, ay. Hero, really good shuffling. Really good shuffling with the Phoenixes, and just like that, Creator, he's at a pretty big deficit. He does have Phoenix range on the way, but it's still a ways off. Creator, he's now down 3 Phoenixes. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and Hero, he can take advantage of him. He pushes in, and that's going to be game. As every Phoenix is going to be going down. Shield battery not done. Overcharge not ready. Oof. And GG gets called just like that. One bad fight in this Phoenix versus Phoenix dynamic, and yeah, the game will swing in favor of Hero. GG, well played. Hero will take the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. Again, both players were keeping up with each other. They both had the same production, but Hero had the better stacking. He had the better first fight, and that was it. that was game then and there. When Hero was able to out-trade Creator in that first fight, when he killed 2 Phoenixes and when he took a 2 Phoenix lead, that was game essentially. It is so difficult to make up for a Phoenix deficit in a mirror matchup like this when you have the same production as your opponent, when you have the same units as your opponent. Being one or two Phoenixes down, like that's it. That's game. It's again so difficult to recover from there. GG, well played. It's brutal. It is a brutal matchup and a brutal dynamic, and just like that, Hero does qualify. Congratulations. Congratulations to Hero for qualifying for the GSL. My condolences to Creator as he is knocked down. Yeah, not an easy part of PvP that you have to embrace. And Creator will have another chance against his next opponent. Up next, we have Creator versus Gumiho. Gumiho, he was lying in wait this entire time. He was waiting for his next opponent, for which Protoss player would face off against him, and Gumiho is a terrifying player. If you're familiar with him, you would know that Gumiho is not standard. He is not a standard player. He comes up with his own builds, he comes up with his own playstyles. He is a very difficult player to read. He is not easy to go up against. So I do not envy Creator as he's up next versus Gumiho. Oh boy. Here we go. As a reminder, this is going to be another qualifying match. Again, congratulations to Hero as he does make it into GSL. Deservedly so. Again, Hero, arguably the best Protoss player in the world right now. Deserving to be in GSL, but who will meet? Who will join Hero? Who will join Maru? Who will join Classic in the Global StarCraft League? Will it be Creator or Gumiho? We're here to find out. Are here to find out. So we are loading on in. As a reminder, there's going to be a best of 3 in game 1. Ooh, once again, on Alcyone. We've been seeing a lot of this map tonight. Phoenixes are super dynamic and suspenseful. Imagine if you forgot your chrono. Oh, true. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. He just got knocked down by Hero, but he has another chance. He can redeem himself here. The South Korean Protoss representing Club NV. It is Creator. Roddy would be proud. Oh no. As Gumiho is already popping off with a proxy Rax. The Rax has been thrown down, and I'm curious how hard we will commit here. It is a very brazen location, by the way, rallied right into the main base. The Rax right outside the natural. Creator, he does come out for a scout. He's checking his third base location, checking the triangular third. Gonna be checking the linear third as well. But he does not come across the Rax. Not yet. Oh, it's gonna be close. Will he see? Oh, no. Oh, he does. He barely does come across the Rax. He will not be able to stop it, I don't think. He dies on top of the SCV. Then when the second probe comes in, it looks like how we deny the Rax just barely. We will not. The Rax does complete. Reaper is on the way. but the SCV is low. We pulled extra workers. That is a little bit rough. A lot of lost mining time there for Creator. Now, this SCV was designed to throw down a bunker. If it had more HP, it would throw down a bunker behind the mineral line, but alas, the SCV is just a little bit too low. Ooh, will be brought down. Big pick off. Which means no bunker, no delayed mining, only proxy Reaper. Whew, okay. Again, this could have been a much worse position for Creator. Reaper is going to be zooming into the main. The Zealot has arrived. And we'll see if the Reaper can pick up any of these workers. The goal of this Zealot just to tank shots. Just to save those probes. We're going to swipe in. As the Zealot is going to be going down. A Stalker does arrive in time. We even save the Zealot. We force back that Reaper. Meanwhile, back at home, it is going to be a delayed CC. It is going to be a 1-1-1 opener factory before CC. We're getting into Widow Mine production. Very interesting. Looks like Gumiho is setting up for a mine drop. A very fast mine drop here from Gumiho. Behind this, we have our take of choice. Creator opening up with a Stargate. Gonna be a Stargate opener out of Creator. Should be Phoenixes. If we were casting Hero, I would assume that it's going to be an Oracle opener, but Phoenixes should be on the way from Creator. As there we go, we have that medevac on the way, as we did mention. We are building up our Widow Mine counts. Meanwhile, it looks like the mine did take down the Zealots. So the Stalker. Oh my god. Big pickoff. Stalker goes down to the Widow Mine. A big catch there from Gumiho. Adept does shade into the main base, so we get a full scout of the main. We confirm that CC. We get eyes on the starport. We're aware of the drop play. And can we get any SCVs? Ooh, we do shade away though. Oh, can we get one? Almost. We're so close. A bit of a misclick there from Creator, but he will get it. He will not quite get an SCV. So many of them are so low, but they all survive. And here comes that mine drop. 3 Widow Mines across the map. Now, Creator did scout. He did scout it. He is aware. Does have Phoenixes massing in the main. Does have an Adept here at the natural. Mine drop is coming in. And Creator, he does respond. The mine shots. Oof. Getting 1 probe each. Nothing too major. 1 probe each going down. Meanwhile, we chase down the medevac. And it looks like we will get a kill on the medevac. Big pick off there by Creator. And he does chase down at least some of these Widow Mines. He gets 1, he gets 2. He gets 2 Widow Mines. The 3rd Widow Mine will escape. At the same time, Reaper sips into the main. Does get eyes on the follow-up tech. Gets eyes on the Robo. Which means that this should be Phoenix Colossus. Phoenix opener into Robo, into Immortal, into Colossus production. Should be on the way from Creator. And Gumiho is aware. Back at home, he's investing in Ravens, Interference Matrix, building himself up. Headed towards that later stage of the game. Creator being a little bit greedy, he opts to go for the 3rd base before the Robotics Bay. There are some players that like to go for their tech first, then into their 3rd. Creator, he's cutting corners. He's being greedy. And I do like this, especially after the opener, right? He shut down the proxy, he shut down the Widow Mine drop. Creator, he can afford to be greedy. He does have that 3rd almost halfway done. Meanwhile, in the natural base, we do have our safety Immortal on the way. We're not going to be massing Immortals, but 1 or 2 Immortals is necessary here just to be safe against any kind of early game aggression. And now we're working towards a Colossus. The Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Creator just rounding out his army. And again, because of the opener so far, because of the game stage, Gumiho just hasn't really been able to apply much pressure. But he is building up. He may be stuck at home for the near future. He's stuck at home waiting for Stim, waiting for our upgrades. 3rd CC on the way. Okay, Gumiho looking to go for a longer game. Not going for a 2-base all-in, which I would not have put past Gumiho, by the way. So it is going to be a 3rd CC. Building up energy on these Ravens. and getting up to a 5-rack setup, which means basically that we're going to be being quite passive. Gumiho's going to be chilling at home. Creator, he's going to be chilling at home as well. I would still give the edge to Creator. Hallucination Scout does confirm the 3rd CC. Creator, now he knows he can be even greedier. Twilight Council being thrown down. We could even throw down a 2nd Forge. We could try and get away with that. Overall, Creator should be feeling pretty comfortable. Should be feeling pretty comfortable behind this. Additional gateways on the way. 3-base saturation. We can go for a 4th. Scan does get eyes on the Colossus production. Big moment there for Gumiho. He had an idea that it should be Colossus, but now he does confirm. Does see everything he needs to. See everything he does need to here, as he has a pretty interesting army. He hasn't built up a single tank. 0 tanks here for Gumiho. He has a couple of Cyclones to help support his army. Very Marauder heavy. Stim is finally done, and now Gumiho can establish his 3rd base. He's in the midst of moving out, trying to catch those Phoenixes. They'll scan. He's looking for the 4th. I do think the Creator could have taken a faster 4th base. If he did, Gumiho is here to stop it. So we can see the Creator, he's just staying on 3 bases for now. Building up his army. I don't think Creator can actually fight this because of those Ravens. Creator isn't quite prepared. Does have a couple of High Templar. Oh, he's actually ready for feedbacks. Fun fact, Storm is not researched, but does have feedbacks available to deal with those Ravens. Creator now expanding towards the north, taking his 4th. And Gumiho is setting up for a split push. Ghost production has commenced. 3rd base getting up and running. And we'll see if Creator can keep up. We go pushing in. Gumiho towards the 3rd. Ooh, does get eyes on the 4th base. He's going to be going for the cancel. Likewise, at the same time, Gumiho pushing in towards the natural. And Creator, he's out of position. The natural so exposed. It's left wide open. We dive into the natural race. The Robo is there for the picking, and we will be able to... Do we actually get on top of it? Colossus are coming in. Good feedbacks here on the Ravens. On even the Medivacs. And Gumiho will pull back, but he did get a denial on the 4th base. That was a cancel, not a kill. But he does contain Creator to 3 bases. Good damage so far. Again, Creator just was not in position, wasn't ready for the split push. And this is a scary moment. This is reminding me of Maru earlier. Of Maru versus Classic, where Gumiho is ahead on the 4th. 4th CC is on the way. Creator just starting his own. And for a Terran player to be ahead economically is a terrifying thing. Ooh. Bit of an overextension from Creator. He does snipe the Raven though. Not a bad pickoff. The Raven count was reset. We were able to snipe every single one. Creator behind this going into getting into Disruptor production with a 2nd Robo on the way. Double Disruptor production. A good way to diversify his splash damage. Now, even though Gumiho may have the better economy, with Disruptors, anything can happen. Anything can happen. We can have a beautiful Nova and a big connection and Creator can take a fight. Or he could get caught with his pants down, be caught with his Disruptors exposed, and Gumiho can take a fight instead. High risk, high reward. Disruptors have arrived. Same time, we do see Phoenix is threatening that 3rd. Zella run by into the natural, not achieving too much. Forcing a reaction. Phoenix is coming back in. Ooh. As Creator does bleed out one of those Phoenixes. We can see that, oh, Gumiho is just setting up here for a terrifying army. He's got Ghost in the mix, Viking production, making 4 Vikings at a time. Fusion Core is done, Liberator range is on the way. We're working towards Lip Ghost. The ideal anti-ground toss army. We're almost there. Again, because of the economy, because Gumiho's already on 4 bases, like, he's been able to get away with quite a lot. He did lose a big chunk of SCVs, that is true. Did lose 10 workers here. But his army is still terrifying. It's still insane. We are spotted. How good are the Novas going to be? Yeah, Planetary is done. The Zelarambite not going to achieve too much. Speaking of, Zelarambite does get into the natural. And it forces Gumiho back home. Again, the downside of Gumiho being maxed out is he doesn't have reinforcements. Ooh, and the SCVs, they're getting picked off one after the other. Gumiho, he wants to push. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Creator. As Creator, he is maxing out himself. He's building up an army. First Disruptor, it's going to go down. The Nova did graze the army of Gumiho. It was okay. The Colossi are left behind. I think, yeah, they're left to defend these fringe bases. Not a part of the fight, which I do appreciate. Otherwise, Gumiho would just be getting free kills. Creator, he backs up. He's defending these southern bases, going for some DT harass. But Gumiho instead, he dives on the 3rd. Kills the first Colossus. Yeah, he's going to get the 2nd as well. A nice catch there from Gumiho. Nova's going to be going off. But they do not connect. They pick off a couple of Marauders, and this Nexus is gonna go down. Again, Creator, he was caught out of position. The base does fall. There he goes up. Oh my god, beautiful connection there from Creator, but he still lost the base. He needs more. He needs to get more damage done as Creator is going for a counter attack. He's going for a base trade. Gumiho pushing into the natural, came in the production. At the same time, Creator, he knows he cannot fight this army. He cannot fight all those Liberators. Another Colossus falls. 3rd base goes down. We're going for the natural. Oh, there are Liberators though on top of the ramp. Liberation zones are set up. DTs are back at home to defend. It looks like the natural does go down. Creator, he does have eyes on the 4th. And he's recalling. He does recall back home. He will save his 3rd. And he will catch every single one of these Vikings. Not bad. Vikings going to be going down. Gumiho is stuck in the main base of Creator. DTs, now they try to go in. But Creator, I don't think he can push up this ramp. He's trying. Is trying to. We still have DTs across the map as well. Getting a lot of SCV kills. And all the production is forfeit. Creator, he at least has these fringe bases, but they are so spread out. Likewise, Gumiho also expanding towards the top left. Gumiho on 1 base economy right now, but he is double expanding. Ooh, Creator takes a mine to the face, pushing on in into these liberation zones. And the Libs, they're going ham. GG gets called. Creator, he cannot push in, and Gumiho will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very chaotic end to the game there. Things were pretty chill as both players were getting into their 3-base setup, but Creator, he was pulled apart multiple times where his 4th base was denied. He was caught out of position at the 3rd base as well. Gumiho was so assertive, and unfortunately Creator was lacking a lot of map vision and map awareness. He was having a really hard time keeping up with the movement of Gumiho's main army. So it did feel like Creator was one step behind when it came to whenever Gumiho would show up to a base. And in the end, Creator, he committed to a base trade. Unfortunately, was a late base trade. Gumiho, he had already killed the third. He'd already killed the fourth, I should say. He already killed the Nexus by the time a creator was moving out across the map. So it was a late base trade at a creator. Didn't quite work out. GG. GG, well played. Gumiho does take a lead in the series. He is one step closer to qualifying for GSL. Uno mas. One more game is all he needs. Exclamation mark frozen in the chat. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player one game away from qualifying. There we go. From qualifying for this season of GSL, representing Cloud9, it is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Representing Club NV, it is Creator. Here we go. He's been in Poland for years, Bobby, for years. It's been like 2 weeks. But yes, been quite some time. Can confirm, that's the face I wear when playing StarCraft as well. Show me your StarCraft. I wish that was the face that I had when I was laddering StarCraft. No, my face is usually the opposite, Bobby, the opposite. Things that don't go well, Bobby, they don't go well. We smooge, Bobby, we smooge. Regardless, we're getting into game number 2. And so far this time, Gumiho, his Rax is back at home. Remember, Gumiho did go for a proxy in game 1, at the start of game 1. It was scouted, it was dealt with, don't get me wrong, but Gumiho not risking it here, going for a single gas opener. He's going for a Rax expand economic build here from Gumiho. A stark contrast to game 1. This thing looks really exploitable. No, it's fine. Like, if I wasn't fine with that screenshot, I wouldn't be using it. It's great. It's beautiful, Bobby. It's beautiful. Fun fact, I'm gonna put him on blast. For those who know who Nish is, aka the StarCraft Observer, he's the one that took the screenshot. Nish, he took the screenshot, he sent it to me. He's like, oh, Papi, you're beautiful. And I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Nish, he put in a lot of work. Fun fact, he screenshotted, he cropped it. He put a transparent background behind it as well. Like, Nish, he made an emote version as well. He, like, scaled it. He put in a lot of work. He really liked that face. He likes it, Papi. He likes it. Put in more work than I really expected. A surprising amount of work, and yeah, he sent it to me. I was like, oh, okay, sure. I mean, I don't have a cam. I may as well use it. May as well use it. As we do see Gumiho going for a 3 Rax follow-up. Okay, so a Rax to spend an economic opener into a 3 Rax. A bit of an old school build. This is going to be hitting hard. We're going to be building up a massive Marine army here, hitting with Stim. Of course, this is going to be hitting without medevacs, so every stim will count, but we're building up a pretty large force. Meanwhile, Creator, for the first time this series, opening up with a Twilight Council, not a Stargate, and Gumiho has to figure this out. He hasn't scouted at all. Gumiho, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. Gumiho sees nothing. The reason why I say he has to scout this, fun fact, going Mass Marine, it's almost like a hard counter against a Stargate opener. Like, Phoenixes do not help at all, you just die. Or I mean, if you don't realize what's happening, you can just die. If we're opening up Blink Stalkers, Gumiho has to transition. And here we go. We do need to focus and prioritize Marauder production. Mass Marine is not good enough. We need as many Marauders as possible to make this push work. Marines have been scouted. Creator, likewise, still piecing this together, going for a 3rd base. Did open up economically. It's going to be a 2-gate opener into a 3-gate opener, sorry, into a 3rd base. 3-gate Blink. A very safe way to open up. We have 3 gateways here to reinforce. And the army has been spotted. Shield batteries are on the way. We're warping in as much as we can. We have a force field. We have a sentry for those force fields. Second shield battery being thrown down as well. Sorry, second pylon even. And Gumiho, he is committed. Coming in with Stim. I mean, Stim is still a couple of seconds away. It's about to finish. We only have 2 Marauders. He scans the ramp. He wants none of it. He knows he cannot break this position. Creator, he is so prepared. Oh. Yeah, Blink is done. Doesn't lose the Stalker. Shuts down a Marine. And this is a very mature decision. Gumiho is turning back around. Gumiho, he cannot force the issue. He cannot take a fight. He's going to race back home and try to muster up his army for a secondary push. Oh! Does him! Will not take down any Stalkers. Again, he's still coming back home. Good blinks out of Creator. Doesn't lose anything. 1 a death for 4 Marines. And his third base is up and running. So Gumiho is in a rough position here just because of how late the rest of his tech is. Late factory, late starport. He's going for a 3rd CC before starport. It's crazy. Okay. So Gumiho is going to be chilling back at home. It's going to be an insanely late starport, which means late medevacs. It also means that this bio army is quite vulnerable. It's very battered, very bruised, and it will not be healed anytime soon. As Gumiho does get a probe. Ooh, and we're going for a massive gateway explosion. That's going to be 8 gates. Uh-oh. 3 base all in. We have 3 gates done, 5 on the way, 8 gate charge all in here from Creator on 3 bases. Scan will miss the gateways. We don't see the gates, Slappy. Gumiho, he doesn't see what's going on, and Creator, he's going to be amassing a massive Zealot army. The Prism is on the way, and we're soon to be pushing out. Meanwhile, Gumiho has no idea. He does have a large bio force, that is true, but remember, he went for an economic follow-up. He did prioritize his 3rd base, the 3rd, which is not going to help him. Medevacs are now on the way. And Creator, he is moving out. Here we go. Zealots, Immortals, Sentries for force fields. He can warp in 8 Zealots at a time. First moving out with the Stalkers. Does get eyes on the army. That's a lot of Marauders. And again, Marauders, they fare well against Stalkers. Not so much against Zealots. See Creator, he's shocking for the army. Does pick up a Marauder. Almost gets a second. The Bay is on the way. Creator coming in from the right hand side again. He's trying to lure out the army. And he will collapse here on the Marauders. Force field throwing down. We do catch a good chunk of Marauders. Not a bad start here from Creator. Gumiho pulling back. He now has medevacs. He can now heal. Oh, but can we actually hold on to the 3rd? That I'm not so sure about. We do pick up a Stalker. We do have another big warp in behind this, reinforcing on the front lines. Yeah, and Creator, he wants a fight. He's going to take it as well. Marines are coming in to reinforce. Does Gumiho have enough? As they collapse on top of the Marines, they will shut them down. Oh my god. As the Bio Army melts here before the Protoss. Medevacs are being targeted down as well. Big pickoffs there from Creator. And it looks like he will take down all the SCVs here. Gumiho, though, he's holding. Does force back the army. There's only 1 medevac left. We have to be careful with our stims, Pappy. There we go. 2 more medevacs do arrive. Gumiho does hold on to the base. Behind this, we have a 4th on the way. Creator working on his 4th, working on Colossus production. But I want to say he traded well there. With 9 SCVs, what did Creator really lose? He lost 1 Immortal, mainly Zealots. We do have a drop into the main. Oh, there is a turret. So you have to be careful. Oh god, you have to be careful. Prism takes a lot of hits, so we do go for the big warping into the main base. Gumiho is across the map. He's out of position. Reinforcements are on the way. Here we go. Gumiho is committed, but he's going to be running into Colossi. Oh. There are 2 Colossi lying in wait. Zealots across the map are being cleaned up. Good defense here by Gumiho. Does clean up those Zealots. And he does snipe the Prism. Gumiho, though, is being forced back. He doesn't know about the fourth. He hasn't seen it. He isn't aware. I'm looking for the scan. Again, there's no WSS game heart on these GSL matches. Looking for the scan. We see Gumiho rotating over towards the would-be fourth base location. We have a mine drop here towards the natural as well. The Creator, he does see the mines! Oh, shuts down the medevac. And now Creator, he can focus on defending his fourth base. He's already in position. He's already here. Gumiho, where are we going? Where are we headed? Army is scouted. Creator should be rotating over to respond. Alright, he has his two Colossi. He's good. He has his two Colossi in position. Archon's on the way. Gumiho working on his 4th CC. Ghosts have arrived, getting into Viking production. A pretty solid setup here from Gumiho, to be honest. But he is down in the economy. He's down in the workers, as opposed to what we saw in Alkyone, if you remember, where Gumiho had the economic advantage in game 1. Here in game number 2, he doesn't. And that's why Creator, he's about to max out, because all the damage he dealt earlier. Creator, he's about to hit 200 supply. 2-2 just now starts here for Gumiho. Creator is pushing in. We're just rallying everything together. Bringing his army forward. How many Vikings do we have? 6 Vikings, that's okay. It's okay. But can we get past the Stalkers? Yeah, Vikings trying to collapse on the army. We have a good concave. But the Zealots, they break through the Marines. The Colossi, they go ham on the Marines as well. The Bio army melts. And Creator, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the main army, getting into the middle line. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. The Colossus, they barely survive. And GG gets called. Creator, he snowballs out of control and takes game number 2. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Creator with a very aggressive style early on, going for the mass zealots, getting a lot of damage done, and making sure that he's on top of the economy here of Gumiho. Likewise, the 3-max opener of Gumiho didn't really achieve too much. He wasn't able to pick off any workers, pick off any tech, trade with the army. The 3-max did kind of fall on its face, and it allowed for the zealot follow-up to get even more damage. And Creator was able to, trade very well with it, take an economic lead, get into his 4th base. It was unlucky that the first move out from Gumiho went to the northern 4th base location instead of the southern location, so there was no base to deny. Not saying he would have denied the base, but he would have maybe traded or dealt some damage. Alas, he wasn't able to punish the 4th. And Creator, he was able to just max out ahead of time and take advantage of Gumiho. And now we find ourselves in the ace match. We find ourselves in game number 3. Let's go. We're going the distance. We're going to our final game of the series on Oceanborn. Catching up in the chat. Spam this Bob Ross to help Creator go Sky Toss. Look, Creator's not classic, okay? If you wanted Sky Toss classic, he was rushing into Sky Toss against Maru at the start of the night. I recommend it. I recommend the VODs. It was a very unique style from classic, very stylistic from another Korean Protoss. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Club NV, forcing the ace match, forcing game 3. It is Creator. Here we go. Creator going to be scouting, going to be checking the 3rd base location. I don't blame Creator. Again, Gumiho did proxy in game 1. So Creator, he's checking these fringe locations, making sure that there is no hidden racks. Making sure that Gumiho isn't clowning on him. And he will, if allowed to. And Gumiho, a very unpredictable opponent. We do have to keep an eye on him. Probe Scout getting across the map does confirm the double gas opener from Gumiho. Again, with double gases, it means that the CC is going to be delayed. It's going to be a delayed CC, going to be a faster factory, a more aggressive start here from Gumiho. This can lead into a really committed mine drop. It can lead into early game Cyclones, can lead into Reaper Hellion. We have options with how Gumiho wants to open up and what units he wants to invest in. Meanwhile, back at home, Creator just going for his gate. Expand into the Cyber Core. Sorry, Gate Cyber Expand even. So standard opener from Creator. Just getting into our units of choice, and we will soon be seeing our tech as well. We have seen Creator mix it up. Game 1, he went Phoenix. Game 2, he went Blink Stalkers. Game 3, on a map as small as Oceanborn, I would be more fond of a Blink Stalker based opener, just so we can actually have an army to defend, and just a safer opener in general. But we shall see as the Reaper does make its way across the map. It's going to be on Creator to try and zone it away, to try and deny the scout. But there it is. There's that Twilight Council. It is going to be Blink. Or it should be Blink. Meanwhile, back at home with that faster factory, we're going into an early Cyclone. Reactor on the way into a 1-1-1, following that following that CC. So do we only make a single Cyclone here? That is the question. From here we can go into Widowmine production. But no, second Cyclone is on the way. Gumiho is pushing. He is moving out with what little he has to catch any stray units here in the center of the map. Now, with this medevac, we can go into... Sorry, with the starport, we can go into a medevac, and we can go into a Cyclone drop. Cyclone drops have been quite popular in TVP in the new patch. And there it is. Medevac is on the way. Cyclones, they do a surprising amount of damage to probes. They annihilate workers. So you have to be very careful against this kind of build. Meanwhile, we have a bit of a gateway explosion. The first gateway is done. We have 3 more gates on the way. Sorry, 2 more gates on the way. 3 gates in total. So 3-gate Blink at a Creator. The same opener he went for last game. So far it is the same opener. Very safe way to play. 3-gate Blink leading into a third. Meanwhile, the Cyclones are moving out. Medevac is on the way. Ooh, Medevac drop is scouted by Creator. And again, he does have the production here to warp in defensive units to defend. Shield battery is done. And Gumiho not quite able to break in. Does take a lot of damage on those Cyclones. The Medevac has arrived. The damage has been done. Oh, we do focus down one of the Cyclones. Big pick off there from Creator. Very nicely done. Gumiho going to try and desperately drop into the main base. Creator does see the medevac. Does have eyes on it. Creator behind, sorry, Gumiho behind this, going straight into tank production. Ooh, that is 2 more Raxes on the way. If you remember, we previously had a 3rd CC after the starport. This time we have a delayed 3rd base from Gumiho. We'll keep an eye on him. As Creator, he has survived the early game aggression. He shut down the Cyclone, getting into a 3rd base and working towards Colossus. Reaper, I believe, yep, we do scout the Robotics Bay. We're fully aware of what's going on. Liberator has arrived, but can we shut it down? Not quite. The Liberator does escape. But my eyes are on Gumiho. This can lead into a 2-base all-in. Before we can get into that, though, we do have a Prism across the map, and Creator, he gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and Gumiho is not turning back around. He's committing. We came to the production. The Raven! Big pick off as the Raven barely is going to go down. Nice micro there at a Creator. Meanwhile, Gumiho does rock up at the 3rd base, and we will force to cancel. There's no saving this Nexus. Creator recalling back home. Nexus is cancelled. Does get the lib. Does snipe the lib, does get the Viking. Viking? Raven, sorry. I'm loving the hallucinations here. Tanking those tank shots. We dive on top of the tanks themselves. The first tank going to be going down. And the boys are being pulled in. It looks like Creator, he will shut this push down. The Colossus live. The bunker will not finish, and the Marines are being cleaned up. And remember, behind this, there is no third CC. Creator going for a counterattack. He can expand as well. Again, I love the use of the hallucinations there. Just soaking those shots from the tanks. Creator pushing out. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 2 tanks. We have a bunker on the way. But it's not done. Uh-oh. It's not done. The tank will fall. And Gumiho is in a lot of trouble. He's up against the wall. Where are the Colossi? They're on the way. Good links here from Creator. The bunker will fall as well. Repairs not in time. And we have control of the low ground. There's no saving the natural. The tank gonna try and come down to the low ground instead. The tanks are on the way, and we dive on top of the tanks. One after the other, they will be focused down. And Creator, he has done it. He shuts down the 2-base push, and he will qualify for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Creator as he does take down Gumiho 2-1. It went all the way to the ace match. And this was a very aggressive build here from Gumiho, but unfortunately, Creator, he was ready for it. I mean, he was able to backstab, able to cripple the economy, and not just that, but a really good use of his sentries, really good use of his army. When it came to defense, he was forced to cancel the third, but Gumiho being maybe a little bit too greedy, pushing into the natural, as the Colossus had already arrived, and Creator was able to fight back, was able to break that contain, and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Now, if you're a fan of Gumiho, and I'm a fan of Gumiho, I love him, he's great, he's beautiful. Gumiho has another chance. He does have a final chance in the last chance qualifier. Gumiho and DRG, they have both lost here tonight, but they will be seeded into another bracket where they will be able to have another opportunity to make it into GSL. We can go over that tomorrow. It's going to be in tomorrow's broadcast. With that, though, Creator does make it through, and we have one final qualifying match ready and waiting for us. Here we go. Up next, we have Dark versus Bunny in a best of 3 to determine who makes it into GSL. Let's go. Again, I'm always here for Bunny, a big fan of CJ Entis back in the day. I used to watch them every week back in Pro League, and I was a big fan of Bunny. Bunny nowadays, he's a really interesting player. I'll be honest, he doesn't play in too much. Like, he does compete in WTL, specifically the most recent season of WTL. He wasn't a part of the summer season for 2023. Bunny isn't really active when it comes to the online weeklies. Bunny rarely shows up for KSL, he rarely shows up for ESL Open Cup Asia, ESL Open Cup Americas. He's just not the most active when it comes to the online tournament scene, but he's there every GSL. And he's had some solid runs in GSL these most recent years. Like, it's been impressive to see Bunny make these, like, deep runs, deeper than some of the favorites, actually, and yeah, have a really good result. So, I don't know what it is, but, like, GSL seems to be the tournament for Bunny. And I'm always excited to see more of Bunny in the season of GSL. Maybe it's because of the prepared format. It's very possible that Bunny thrives in a setting where you have like a week to prepare. You have like a week to prepare for your group, a week to prepare for your matches, and that's where Bunny thrives. I do know that obviously there's a difference between an event like GSL and an event like a weekend tournament like IEM Katowice or a DreamHack. That's why so much more prestige is placed on GSL, because it's a league format and it isn't just about who's feeling better on the day. It's about how do you prepare specifically for your opponents and for your group, right? It's like that's like another factor added onto GSL, which is something more unique to it, as opposed to, you know, these weekend tournaments like your DreamHack Dallas, your DreamHack Atlanta, your IEM Katowice, for example. In saying that, as much as maybe he is really good at that preparation format, these are the qualifiers. and you don't really have that available to you. In the qualifiers, the bracket gets seeded, and bam, you have to go into a tournament here and now. So how will Bunny perform against Dark? Dark coming in as the best Zerg player in South Korea. He is one of the favorites to even take the entire tournament. Oh boy, it's a big name to face off here in the qualifiers. We'll see how Bunny can perform. We'll see how Dark can perform as well. As we're loading into game 1 on Alkyone. Let's go. I definitely prefer that format for that reason. Yeah, it does lead into some really crazy scenarios as well, right? Like when you have oh, I mean, that's why like someone like Scarlet has really flourished in GSL at times. Like some of the notable runs from Scarlet has been her like having like these sniper builds, like these specialized builds. I bring it all the way back to, remember Scarlet versus Rogue? Like that ZVZ was crazy. That was a couple of years ago at this point, but like you can come in with a hyper specialized build, with a sniper build, and you can take down an otherwise favored opponent. It's one of the great things about GSL. But here we go, we're getting into Alkyone, into game number 1, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. I can still see her face when she took Rogue down. Yo, that was a crazy series. That was beautiful. That was what, 2019? It was pre-COVID, of course, pre-COVID, but not that long before COVID. As Dark spicing things up already, going for a pool first. Pool first here out of Dark. Gonna go pool, hatch, gas here. Very interesting. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm curious if we will, and there we go, gas is being taken. I was curious if Dark was going to go gasless. It is going to be a pool first here. With this pool first, we gain access to faster lings, to faster queens. We could even try to take up into a fast Roach Warren. That is also on the table here for Dark. As Bunny is going for a Rax Expand standard opener. I bring attention to this also because it is not uncommon for Terran players specifically on this map to go CC first. We've seen Maru do it, Bjorn do it, Spirit loves it, and a reason for that is because of how macro oriented this map is. It's very wide open, a lot of bases to be taken, and very defendable 3rd and 4th base setups as well. We often see longer games on this map, so on top of that, because of the longer rush distance, Terran players have been quite fond of going CC first, but not Bunny. Not Bunny, not in game 1. Rax Expand out of our Blue Terran. Oh, and it's going to be a Marine first. Bold move here out of Bunny, taking a page out of Beyond's book even in a way. So we have Marine first here, no SCV Scout. This is kind of crazy. Okay. This is kind of crazy here. So Dark is terrifying because he is willing to go gas first and go into a Roach Rush, a Bane Bust. Dark can be very aggressive. For Bunny to be playing blind against Dark, it's risky. It's a risky thing to do. He's getting away with it. The Lings have arrived. They do delay the CC. CC is delayed here. As Dark is going to be supply block. We even lifted up the racks. So a bit of a give and take. Dark getting supply block, but he does delay the command center. As it's getting back up and running. Behind this, Dark rushing into that 3rd base as well. So Dark, he delays his queen production. He delayed his 3rd and 4th queen in favor of a faster 3rd. So a very interesting opener. Pull first into a fast 3rd base from Dark. He does invest into Ling speed, but he pulls out of gas. So we're not investing any further. We're not going into fast Roaches or fast Banelings. Just Ling speed as we drone. So a very interesting opener here out of Dark. Beyond, sorry, God, I keep mixing them up. I'm brought back to when I was casting. It was like a month ago. I casted Beyond versus Bunny, and I was so tongue twisted casting Beyond versus Bunny. I said Beyond multiple times. It was awful. But Bunny, for the first time, gets eyes on Dark. He dips in with the Hellion. gets an eye on the saturation as he does back off. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1. Going for a third CC, thankfully, before starport. So an economic follow-up into Banshee play. So standard setup here from Bunny. I will intentionally make sure I say Bunny. Not Bjunny. Ay. They're getting into a standard opener. Again, just opening up with Hellions, getting map control into those Banshees. Meanwhile, back at home, Dark is just droning. Despite his unorthodox opener, he is just stabilizing here on 3 bases, saturating his third, droning on up as the Hellions and Banshees have arrived. Actually, interesting, we only made 1 Hellion. Wait, what? Banshee dancing with the Queen. We have chosen our tech of choice. It shouldn't be a surprise, but Dark is going for Roaches. And his favorite unit here, Roach play, is what Dark does embrace in this matchup more often than not. But just to bring it back here, Bunny, he only made a single Hellion before going for an add-on swap. So really risky play here out of Bunny. I think I just said Bjorn again. But yeah, Bunny going for a single Hellion means he has that much less map control. He has that much less to really stem the tide of the creep. Banshees, they do get in between the bases. They do manage to get a couple of drones. Yo, we have WSS Game Heart. Let's go. 3 drones go down. Banshees rotating towards that third. At the same time, a Ling run by is being set up here, but we do have plenty to defend back at home, at least in the mineral line. Yeah, Lings are being forced back. When we get up to 5 worker kills so far, getting a 6th. Oh my god. 6, 7, 8 drones go down. Very nicely done here by Bunny. Very nice damage dealt. As again, Bunny getting into just hyper-marine production here, just hyper-fixated on it. Building up towards his eventual tank push. Creep is being cleaned up. We're even catching the last active tumor. And Dark is working towards his Roaches. We have +1 range on the way, Carapace, Roach speed. I'm not too fond of going for these 1-1 timing attacks from Dark, especially on this map, just because of how defendable this third base is, but we'll see if Dark commits or if he transitions out of Roaches. We see that Bunny, he was aware of the direction of the creep, so he's going to be knocking down these rocks. He's headed towards the 4th base of Dark. He's looking to force a cancel, looking to deny that hatchery. There is a tank alongside this. So we head towards the 4th. Ling does scout the army. Dark getting in position. Does have his Roaches. Does have his Roaches, but only a handful of them. That's going to be enough. We do force a pick up. Bunny being forced back. Still getting his third up and running, and Bunny does have a solid economy. Does have a comparable worker count to Dark. Does have mules. You know what, Dark going to be backing off. And there it is. Baneliness is on the way. So it looks like we are getting into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Infestation bit as well. Big scout here from Bunny. Does confirm the Banelings. Oh, and he's still not done catching even more drones. Ay. And he does drag away the attention of these Queens. The Queens, they're brought into the main base. Bunny getting ready for his own push. As the Queens are distracted. Dark likewise moving out with his Roaches. Bunny setting up for a tripod. The Banshees, no! One Banshee does finally fall. But here we go. Bunny is pushing in. Does scan. Does see an army. Yeah, sees the Roaches. Does set up ahead of time. Does want to engage. Not yet. But he will find some damage. He comes in with a double drop. And this 4th base is exposed. We do force a cancel. Good pick up there by Bunny. Tumors are getting knocked down. Bunny pushing in. Dark is in position. Does defend his 4th. As Dark is forced to take the gold. A much more exposed base here. The tank! No, there's no room! Tank is going to go down. No room in the medevacs. Ay. A nice catch there by Dark. Getting a free tank. Behind this infestation bit is done. We're rushing into a hive. This is going to be for Vipers and for Adrenal Glands. Bunny continues to deny this base. Oh, show us the fungal. As we don't quite go for it. Medivacs, they will manage to pick up. They will pick up Dark. His take-up choice is going to be Ultras. Makes sense. Does enjoy going Ling and Bane Road Ravager into Ultra. They will benefit from those melee upgrades. And we'll see if he can get there. So far, Bunny has done a good job at denying some of these hatcheries. That is true, but he hasn't really killed too many of the workers. He hasn't really done too much economic damage to Dark. But behind this, look at the worker count here. Bunny getting up to 81 SCVs. Planetary's on the way, and Bunny, he is maxed out. How many tanks do we have? 5 tanks here with the main army. There is a lot of creep to work through. Dark can buy time, and he needs to. He needs to buy that time. As we do push deep with the creep. Tumors are going down. Dark, oh my god, has to be careful. Not to be too premature. Here we go, trying to engage with those Marines. Infestor goes down. Bit of mispathing there from the Infestor. And we don't have any more. That was the only Infestor for Dark. We don't get to see a fungal. Feels bad, man. No fungal growths. As Bunny rotates towards the 5th. Lane Bane trying to get in position, but a lot of tank shots going off. Here we go, the Vipers. They come in from behind. Big blinding clouds here on the tanks. And the Link Bane will collapse here on the bio. But there are just so many tanks behind this. And can a Bunny hold on? It looks like he will. Again, he had a secondary line of tanks behind his first. He does take the fight. He will break this hatchery. And Dark, does he have it? Can he hold on? Reinforcements are coming in. He does bow down one of the tanks. But it's not going to be enough. Bunny, he will break the hatchery. Very efficient trade here from our Terran. And remember, behind this, his economy has been left untouched. He's double expanding, going for the goal base. Bunny looking strong. And Dark, he's struggling here. Did he lose his Vipers? He lost 1. Oh, he's down to 1 Viper. That's not a lot to work with. Ultras are on the way. Kindness Plating is finishing up. But the upgrades, there's no +3 melee, +3 carapace is still halfway done. The Ultras are not going to be ideal. And we're already working on Ghosts. Ghost production has commenced. How many Ghosts do we have? Ooh, 0. That's the first Ghost on the way. Ultras, they could work. They could close the distance. Speaking of, Ultras actually going for a counterattack. Dark, he wants to try to take down that planetary. Ultras are coming in. Lings as well. Bunny, does he have enough to hold? And we're coming in first round. Bunny turning everything back around to defend. Does leave enough here to hold on to his tanks. And we do get a kill in the planetary. Planetary goes down. The Ultras, they're not done. They go even further. They get into the 3rd base. 15 SCVs go down. And we even borrow that Ultra. At the same time, Bunny trying to force his way in, but we have Ling reinforcements. And Bunny, he's being cleaned up. Yeah, he does overextend. 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down, and we can keep going. We're going to get another tank. Meanwhile, the Ultra on burrows. Again, the Ultra burrow was buffed in the recent patch. It does burrow faster. Oh, as he does dive in. I remember when the patch was announced, when the notes were announced of the Ultra change, we all looked at it and it was like, yo, this is a Dark buff. Dark, he's one of the few players that actually goes for Ultra run-bys like this. And actually makes use of burrow. There go Lings, they burrow as well. The Ultra still alive. And Bunny, he's lost a little momentum. Again, he was knocking down the front door of this goal base and he was forced back. The tanks were cleaned up. And now Bunny is stuck at home. And Dark, he survived. He does survive. And now Darky's getting into his melee upgrades, getting into +3 carapace. Bunny is transitioning into an anti-Ultra army. We have Ghosts and Liberators on the way. Everything we need against Ultras or against Hive Tech. So Bunny, he's refining his army, but the aggression has ended. He's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, he's stuck turtling, which means Dark has time to breathe. He can breathe, he can resaturate, he can expand and take every base on his side of the map. Dark, he survived. But Bunny isn't out of it yet. I do appreciate he's still being active with these drops. Still moving out with these medevacs. Oh, I assumed we already had this, but it's going to be a bit of a later fusion core. This is for Liberator range. We have the second starport, +1 ship weapons. Again, we're just going straight into and committing quite hard to those Liberators. Ooh, Dark even taking one of Bunny's bases. Bunny does see. Does have eyes on this. Bathing Rumbai gets a kill on a CC. Oh my god, nuke on the way. Oh, Dark, he's looking for the ghost. Does get it. Does catch the ghost. Whew, just in time. Drop comes in. Oh, Bunny, he didn't scout the base. Oh, Bunny, he didn't quite scout that base. Not aware of it. Is getting some damage done here. But is unaware of the fresh mining bases of Dark. Road is being cleaned up. And behind this, 2 more starports, so it's going to be 4 starport production. There's that Liberator range. High-sec auto tracking. Again, Bunny just turtling on up. Ooh, good mine shots. Juicy connection on those lings. And again, we're just taking a much more passive approach here as we near maxed out supplies. Both players just refining their armies. And Dark, his job right now is to spread as much creep as possible, as he even tries to take another one of Bunny's bases. Another nuke in the center. The ghost is going to be shut down. And bold nuke there from Bunny. Do appreciate as well that we do see Dark prioritizing mining here of this left-hand base. Nidus into the main. Uh-oh. And it looks like, oh, we do scouts. Bunny does have eyes on this. He will shut it down. Likewise, Overseer is going to be hunted down as well. Dark anyway for a bailing run by. The CC not quite operational. Dark is going to be going for it. And really what we're waiting for Bunny to refine his army before he can move out. And he has done so, right? Now he has Liberator range. Now he has +1 ship weapons. He's got his production going. The moment Bunny moves out is after Dark attacks. Basically, Bunny, he's waiting for Dark to push in. He's also scouting and looking for a Broodlord transition, which is pretty important. Trying to get a read on any kind of Broodlord transition. Speaking of Broodlords, Double Spire. That's exactly what this is for. Dark is working towards the eventual Broodlord switch. Still a ways off though. Still quite a ways away. As Dark is pushing, he does find a planetary. Yeah, the base is going to go down. A Bunny out of position. Planetary does fall. Again, Bunny, he was distracted earlier and dragged out of position by the Nidus worms. You see Dark pushing in on the left-hand side. Taking more bases. Again, Bunny, he's waiting to take a good fight defensively and then counterattack. He's just waiting for Dark to ape into his liberation zones, essentially. We're hoping for that to occur. Yeah, we have a wall of turrets on the way. Scans the main army. Oh, gets some snipes off. Gets an ultra. Not too bad. Looking at the armies, we have 7 Ultras. We only have 1 Viper and 1 Infestor. I'm not loving the army of Dark at the moment. But again, he's working on that next step. Scans do reveal the Spires. Bunny should also feel pretty good about the fact that the Greater Spire only just starts. But now Bunny knows. He knows that the potential for Broodlords is there. So he is mentally prepared for that. Whenever Dark does get into it. But again, this is just really late upgrades, really late tech from Dark. We're not getting into Broodlords anytime soon. Another nuke here towards the center. The nuke should finish this time. Oh, it snipes. Unfortunately, the nuke isn't going to connect with much. It's going to get a tumor. It gets the larva. Grazes a spore crawler. On the left-hand side, liberation zones are being set up. Dark coming in to deny the base. And he will deny this CC. Crashes in and gets 7 worker kills. At the same time, Liberator going ham here towards the north, getting 5 drones. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, Dark rotating his entire army around, actually. Where are we headed? Okay, we come back. Do come back to defend that gold. We're going to be committing. Oh. The nuke! It's going to go off. Again, though, not much to hit. Gets a drone. Again, Liberator going ham here on the left. Getting even more workers. As Bunny is gaining some ground here. The Liberator getting a lot of drones here towards the left-hand side. Lings are coming in at the same time. Dark going for the Nidus is denied. Good reaction out of Bunny. Does shut down the Nidus. Does get 17 drones. Oh my, we're still going. This one Liberator has 18 kills on its own. 18 worker kills. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, meanwhile, Dark, he moves out of position. Does expose the base. Viper goes down. Oh, but he does surround some of these Marines. He does pick up some units at least. Allows the Marauder to live. That one lib is still there, by the way. Still forcing some really awkward mining there from Dark. Going for the Nidus is spotted. Keen eyes there out of Bunny. Does shut it down. Now, what I will say is that Dark has been happily mining from bottom right. This center right base has been freely mined from. We could try to abuse it with Liberators, but Bunny, I believe, has he seen it? He has seen it, but hasn't had the freedom to actually harass there. So because of that, look at the banks. Like Dark, he has a massive 15k mineral bank, 7k gas bank. Now, what I will say, Dark needs a large bank, and he needs to mine as much as he can as... Oh, more mining is being denied. But he needs to mine as much as he can because Bunny's army is more efficient. Straight up. Bunny will trade more efficiently, and Dark, without a bank, will just die. Banelings rolling in. They do take down a planetary. Take down almost 2. Not quite. That is a lot of dead supply. We have 130 Lings in production for Dark, but the Banelings are gone. That means that Bunny can counterattack. We're pushing in. This is the moment. This is the moment the Bunny was waiting for. He absorbs a bunch of Banelings, will cancel that nuke, and will shut down this base. We'll shut down. Never mind. Really respecting the reinforcements of Dark. Doesn't quite get the hatchery. Did get a lot of damage done though. Liberator is in position to deny mining. Oh, and more drones are going down. Again, really careful play out of Bunny. We could have stuck around a couple of seconds longer to kill the base, but he didn't want to get surrounded. Didn't want to deal with the reinforcements of Dark. And this is pretty significant. A lot of lost mine time here for Dark. He's not mining from these 2 bases. Now, what's scary here, not just the fact that Dark isn't mining. If Bunny can establish these bases, that's going to be huge. Lingbane rolling on in. Into freedom zones. We do crash into the planetary. Base is going to go down. SCVs as well. And just like before, this should trigger a counterattack. Banelings, they roll in once again towards the bottom right. 28 SCVs go down. But now Bunny can push. And he will kill this hatchery. He's scanning, he's looking for the army, looking if there's anything left. Kills one base, and we could keep pushing. Ghost does go down. Okay, Bunny will retreat. Looks like he's more concerned with just reestablishing these bases. Now, you may think, hold up, Bunny, his worker count is in shambles, right? Kinda true. Doesn't matter when you have mules. We have a lot of orbitals, we have a lot of spare energy, that's why we're scanning so much. We don't need SCVs, we can rely on mules. On top of that, Bunny also has a super maxed army. If you look at the army supply, he's at 150 army supply. So, one, he has a more efficient army. Two, I mean, he has a larger army as well, which is terrifying. Which again, for the next fight, Dark has to be so quick to remax. And he's remaxing on Corruptors. Those Broodlords that we spoke about are finally on the way. It's been like 10 minutes. Not the best upgrades. They're on... Oh, they're soon to be 2-2. Not too bad, actually. They're soon to be 2-2. Now 3-3 is on the way. Broodlords are on the horizon. Corruptors have been scouted. Big scan here from Bunny. He sees the Corruptors. Thors are on the way. Thors +2 ship weapons. We're getting ready for the Broodlords. So really important scout here by Bunny. Once again scanning. He's looking for the morph of Broodlords. Fun fact, Dark actually can't make many Broodlords because he's maxed out. Dark needs to throw away some supply and then he can morph them in. Just the constant scans. Again, Bunny, he wants to see those broods. Nuke is thrown down. Army is pushing forward. Here come those Corruptors. They go for the libs. And finally, we have an answer to these Liberators. 3, 4 libs go down. Not a bad fight out of Dark. Not a bad trade from our Zerg player, but he did end up losing top left. Did mine all the gas, though. That's what's important. He mined out all the gas here in this space. Even if Bunny takes it, there's no gas for him to take. So he is long-distance mining. Oh. Meanwhile, this hatchery is still very low, thanks to these Vipers. We have Vipers. How many Infestors? We have 5 Infestors, 2 Vipers. Still 0 Broodlords. We're focusing mainly on Ling Bane. I'm sure after the next fight, Dark will morph in the Broods. He's waiting for 3-3. Decent EMP does graze that Infestor. Nuke on the way. Dark is going to have to engage. Oh, does get the neural. Drags forward the ghost. Does get a kill. Very cute way of dealing with it. Oh, nice EMP though. The counter neural snipes one of the ghosts of Bunny. Very nice trades here from Dark. Trading energy for a ghost. Again, it's all about efficiency here. All about being as efficient as possible. Meanwhile, Bunny, he has to be careful. He's running out of money. We're slowly mining through all these bases. Again, at least he is denying top left. That is always a base that Bunny can take. Oh, another neural though. Ling run by does get past the army. Flooding into the bases. Not many workers to kill. Lings are going down at the same time. We neural another Thor. We're focusing down the tank. Another tank goes down again. Really nice trades here out of Dark. It's all about being efficient. The chain neurals. This Thor is mine. And here come the Broods. 9 Broodlords on the way. Now, what kind of army do we have? We have 16 Vikings, 2 Thors, really 1 Thor, because one of them is the Zergs. Ooh. Nuke is going to be denied. Another neural, once again. There we go. We go for the EMPs. Big fungal on the Ghost, but where's the follow-up? It's not there. The Ghost to escape. God, just, again, the non-stop fungals. Finally! You're back. The Thor back under control of Bunny. That was a lot of neurals, by the way. A lot of these Infestors are out eventually, but oh! He was one of yours! Dark, how could you? Kills the... He did so much for you. Does kill the Thor. Nidus in the natural. Ooh, can be the production getting us over the starports. Pretty big. Starports are going to be going down. Big pickoffs there for Dark. At the same time, another big Ling run by here towards that third base. Nuke is on the way. Uh oh. Does Dark notice? Lings are being cleaned up, and he does pull back. Dark, he does pull back in time. Nuke going to take down Tumors more than anything. The Lings, they didn't kill the starports, but they did kill some of the add-ons. And they forced a big reaction out of Bunny. Oh, and he is taking this base. Again, kind of a fresh mining base. There's a lot of minerals, but zero gas, unfortunately. Speaking of, these gas guys here, they're running out. Ooh, only 100 gas left on one of them. We're mining out of the map. we're mining the map out. Uh-oh. And again, Dark, he still has a pretty impressive bank to work with. On top of that, he has been making really good use of his spellcasters, of his NG-based units. Another nuke is on the way. Broodlord should deal with it. Oh! Good EMP, but a better fungal. Ghost goes down. Every loss does count. Base is being taken again. No gases to mine from, unfortunately. A little bit too late for Bunny. More Broodlords on the way. What's our army looking like? We have 29 Corruptors. We have 17 Banelings. And, again, Broodlords as well. Soon to be 14 Broodlords. A good amount of Infestors. Again, a pretty efficient army. An ideal late game army here from Dark. We're still working on +3 ship weapons. Bunny still not on 3-3. These upgrades are a little bit late. Poor Bunny. His army is not ideal. Broodlords are coming in. Here come the Vikings. Where are the Corruptors? Corruptors are lagging behind. Do you get a couple of volleys off? Ghost coming in for some snipes. Dark rotating around. His creep is encroaching upon the bases of Bunny. And the Broodlords are now on the offensive. Again, we do have 14 of them. Nidus swarm in between the bases. CC goes down. Planetary under fire. Can the Vikings without +3 engage? Oh, the Neural! To end up neuroing one of those ghosts. Good yoink there on the Liberator. Planetary goes down. And the Nidus does finish. Bunny with nothing to defend. Again, he's maxed out. Oh, the armory is under fire. Not like this. We need those upgrades. It looks like the upgrade is going to be denied. Viper's coming in for some parasitic bombs on the libs. Good damage being dealt. Meanwhile, the Lings, they take down the army. They take down one of the starports. And they might get another, as Ghost will clean them up. There we go. +3 ship weapons. About to finish up in a couple of seconds for Bunny. Does get a good fungal though. 1, 2, 3, 4. A big chunk of Vikings go down. A big loss there for Bunny. Even catches some ghosts. Ay, ay, ay. Again, a good trade there for Dark. Does overextend for a moment. Does have to respect these Vikings. We'll pull back. As Bunny is still cleaning up those Lings. And we have 34 more Lings on the way. This nuke is going to land. Won't get much done. Oh, it gets cancelled. Thankfully. And we are down to 14. We had... Am I crazy? We had like over 20 Vikings? Yeah, we had over 20 Vikings at a point. But, 20 down to 14. He hasn't rebuilt the Vikings, going for more starports. Oh, wait. No shot. Okay, we're good. I was like, did he lose all his starports? He still has them. He's all good. He has 3 starports up and running, soon to be 5. but I believe Bunny is out of gas. Okay, we're mining 2 gas geysers here. We have 900 gas here between these 2 geysers. Natural is mined out. Third is mined out. The 4th base still has a gas geyser, actually. Not mined from. I say not mined. It still has 500 gas here. Okay, so we still have some gas to work with. It's okay. We can still sustain ourselves for a little bit longer. Likewise, Dark. Oh, wait. Sorry. My apologies. I said 500. 300. I was looking at the health. I was looking at the HP. My apologies there. 200 and 400 here. So we still have some gas to work with. We're mined out for Dark towards the top left. We have 1 gas geyser here. Yeah, we're running out of money. Running out of resources. Here we go. Dark rotating over once again towards the gold. The would-be gold. Another knives into main. And in this battle of attrition, it does feel like Dark is in control. Once he got into his Broodlord army. Until then, like, Bunny was doing well trading, but with this Broodlord Infestor-based army, like, Dark has been out trading Bunny, and that should not be happening. Not like this. Now, something that Bunny could do, this army is immobile. We speak about this all the time. The Broodlord army is very immobile. The problem is that Bunny has been stuck defending. He's been stuck responding here to Dark instead of the other way around, where Bunny could have been going for some harass, some drop play, some pushes on the left, some pushes towards the right even. Dark hasn't had to respond to anything. As a result, he's been able to just focus on this main push. And that's why Dark has been so successful here. The most harass that Bunny's been doing is Liberator harass. Just harassing with libs here and there. And a big reason for this is that traditionally, as a Terran player in this situation, you would want to absorb an attack, right? Trade well and then counterattack. That's what Bunny was able to do against the Ultras earlier. But against these Broods, it's a bit of a different story. He does graze one of those infestors. Fungal does miss. Fungal's a little bit lackluster. Speaking of a counterattack, it's a tank, but it's doing damage. We have the 1 tank going for the hatchery, and this could have been done so much earlier, but the hatchery is going to go down. Not bad. You know, we're denying some minerals here from Dark. The hero tank kills a base on its own. Oh, even taking his minerals. Let's go. Long distance mining from that hatchery instead. The boys are being pulled on top of the queen. The queen is gonna fall as well. Oh, the boy on boy action. Drones versus SCVs. Not like this. The Wintermine comes in. Uh-oh. The mine! It does connect there on the drones. At the same time, we do have Dark slowly pushing forward. Did take down those rocks. No major fight yet. Mainly here towards the top left. Drones are falling. We see Bunny even muling the right-hand side. Fungal does connect! Oh, that was a big loss. 4 ghosts go down. Sorry, 5 ghosts go down. That's a brutal loss there for Bunny. Is denying mining, but Lings are coming in to reinforce. Nuke is being thrown down. Yeah, the nukes are forcing Dark back, and we are gaining ground. Big nuke there, shutting down those tumors. Spore crawlers fall. Go, Mule, go. As again, we're just trying to take as many resources as we can away from Dark. But Dark, he is re-establishing top left. The Lings, they have cleaned up that tank. The mules are going down. And Bunny, I'm afraid that we're running out of gas. Oh god, the gas guys, they're running out. Not like this. Yeah, no gases here, no gases here. We have 1 gas geyser left, which is not being mined from Bunny. But what you see is what you get. Unless Bunny realizes that he still has a gas geyser available, he has 0 gas income, 0 gas mining. In this battle of attrition, in this 14-minute game. Oh my, I didn't even realize. Dark, he has just been out trading Bunny, out controlling him with the Broodlord Infestor. We spoke about it. The big weakness of the Broodlord Infestor is how immobile it is, but we just haven't seen many counterattacks or trying to go for split pushes, trying to rotate around. It's been these head-on engagements, and Bunny hasn't had as much success. Broodlords are coming in. Liberators are doing what they can. Again, Bunny is still mining minerals, but that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Dark has mined out of gas. Dark, he's all the gas geysers, I believe, has been mined out in the entire map. 0 gas left on Alcyone. Except for that one geyser that Bunny is refusing to mine from. The Fungals! Big Fungal here on the Vikings. Oh, the Viper, though, the Parasitic Bomb wasn't quite there. It's on the Libs instead. Liberators are being shut down. Massive damage there from the power bombs. Ling Rumbai coming in, camping the production, and you can see Bunny falling further and further behind in the supply. He cannot rebuild, he cannot remax. What you see is what you get. He still has a gas geyser. I mean, even with that gas though, I don't think it would matter. The writing has been on the wall for quite some time. Ling's just camping the production, taking down the racks, taking down the starports. Oh, big Fungal once again on those ghosts. Midas does finish. Dark just sieging forward, leaping forward with those spore crawlers. No fear. Bunny, he's making marines. That's all he can make, right? He only has minerals to work with. Just making mass marine, making an army. Honestly, with mass marine, we could just go for the marine run-bys, right? We could we could maybe do something with that. I don't know. Maybe. But regardless, taking the fight here to the main army is just not going to be possible. What do we have? 14 Infestors, 14 Corruptors, sorry, 14 Broodlords, 32 Corruptors. No more gas income for anyone. We're mining out of the last mineral patches as well. We've been here for 41 minutes. This is game 1, by the way, of a GSL qualifier. This is a qualifier. Game 1. Aye, aye, aye. Give us all 3 games. As Marines, they do push on forward. They get caught up by the Ling Bane. And Dark, he himself is going to be rotating over, ignoring bottom right, going towards the top left. Forcing Bunny to respond. And decent feedbacks. EMPs even. Decent EMPs on the Infestors. And I mean, Bunny is technically remaxing, true, but one is not quite like the other. And even if Bunny does take a fight, Dark can remax with 3k gas in the bank. Yeah, like Dark, he rotated because he's mined out already. Like, he does already take all those resources, all those minerals. No reason to stay in that location. Going through the center instead. Big power bombs here on the Libs. Forcing the unsiege. Vipers even yoinking whatever they can. Medivacs, Liberators. Now, there's still a chance. If somehow Bunny can take a big fight, if he can somehow EMP all the Infestors, get on top of the Brood Lords, land a nuke, If he can somehow take a fight, then he can just very quickly counterattack. Oh, nice EMPs actually. Getting 4 infestors. Problem is that there's 10 more behind it. There's still 10 more infestors. Plenty of energy. Ghost goes down. More Broodlords on the way. Have we lost many Broodlords this game? 5. We lost 5 Broodlords. 800. I should be looking at these stats actually. 855 lings. Oh my god, almost 900. Well, we're not gonna get there, unfortunately. It would be nice if we could reach 1,000. What else do we have? 86 workers. 99 SCVs have died this game. 38 ghosts. I mean, that goes to show how efficient the Dark has been. To kill 38 ghosts is very impressive. That one Thor kill. Wait, that one Thor kill. That was the Neural Thor earlier. No, the poor Thor. The only Thor to die is we're just yoinking whatever he can. We pick off these lives one after the other. Just picking away, picking apart the army of Bunny. And again, an army that he is not replacing. I mean, he's replacing it with Marine. It's just a lower quality army. Bunny's trying to stand his ground. The stamina, by the way. Like, this is one of those things where we're in a 45-minute game. And Bunny, nah, he's not backing down. I can go all night long, Bappy. Let's go. Likewise, I mean, Darky's known for his patience. Like, every other game for Dark, he embraces the late game. It's fine. He likes it slow and steady. It's all good. And here we go. Dark encroaching here on the final bastion of hope for Bunny. He's got a line of turrets, he's got a line of planetaries, that's true, but the spores, they're getting closer and closer. Yoink in another one of those lives. We're down to 3 Liberators. Big power bomb here on the Vikings. Oof. A lot of Vikings going to be going down. We're down to 22. Still a decent amount. There we go. 1 Liberator remains. Bunny still mining, technically. And he still hasn't taken the gas. It's still wide open. The gas is still there. It's never going to be mined from. Not at this point. Again, it doesn't matter too much. Biggie, oh my god, the EMPs! He gets every single infestor. Massive EMPs there from Bunny. But he still needs more. The ghosts are pushing forward, but can we get on top of the Broodlords? We cannot! The Broodlords, they still reign supreme here. Snipe's gonna be going off. The Vikings, they go for the chase. Not a bad fight out of Bunny. Snipes as well. We bring down even more of those broods. As Bunny is breaking through. Those were some insane EMPs, by the way. He got every single infestor. That was crazy. But the Broodlords, they're going ham. We're running out of Marines, running out of ghosts. Snipes going off here on those Broodlords, but there's just too much Zerg. It's too little too late. This is all that Bunny has left. A handful of bio, nothing else to support. That was an amazing fight, by the way. That was great. Oh my god. He knocked Dark down to 9 Broodlords. Did beautifully against the Infestors. But that's all we had. You know, that was the final stand. That was the last breath of hope for Bunny. And there it is. GG gets called as he does tap out. That was all he had left. And Dark will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. GG. That was game 1. Dark does take a lead in the series, but it's a best of 3. And we could still have a back and forth here. That was a wild game though. Again, there were certain advantages for either player. Initially, if you remember, Bunny was actually doing quite well for himself. He was able to take down bases, was able to be in the face of his opponent. It's getting a lot of damage done. Eventually, though, the game slowed down. The game did slow down, and Bunny had to take a more defensive approach. I do think that there were opportunities missed. I do think that there were opportunities for Bunny where he could have, you know, clearly before the 50-minute mark, but like around like the 25 sub 30-minute mark where a lot of the attention was being spent on the right-hand side, where we maybe could have tried to get away with some harassment. That's why Dark was having so much success. Remember, Dark, he was going for just non-stop Ling run-bys and Niduses, and you could argue that maybe because of the aggression of Dark, maybe that's why Bunny didn't really feel like he had the room to send supply across the map. But when he eventually did, like, he was finding success, right? He was actually able to kill bases, and ideally in that stage of the game, when you watch Maru, for example, when you watch Maru, when you watch Byeon, Maru is a better example, because Byeon is very turtly in the late game. Maru is a better example where, when we get to that stage, Clem as well, they are as active as they can, whether it's with Hellion run-bys or drop play. They do whatever they can to try to hinder the economy of the Zerg player and try to force them to invest into stack defense or to split up their army and have that much less in one location to defend, to focus on. And that's something that Bunny wasn't quite able to do, unfortunately. And we saw that Dark was able to outtrade him, was able to outcontrol him with the Broodlord Infestor. Sure, Bunny had a really good fight towards the end, but at that point it didn't matter. At that point, there was no economy to fall back on, and there was nothing to really go for. GG. GG, well played. With that, that's game one. And now we're working towards game number 2. Game 2 gonna be on Site Delta. Vámonos. Let's go. Let's go. My frame rate, not the frame rate. I'm sure it plummeted towards the end. This has to be the longest game I've seen this year so far. True, actually. Now that I think about it. We had a bit of late game at IEM. Oh, there we go. We had a little bit of late game at IEM, but I don't think we quite embraced like a 50-minute game quite like that. If you remember, a lot of the games at IEM were quite short, actually. I don't think we've seen anything quite like that yet this year. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our South Korean Zerg player, our Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0 after a very, very long game 1. Let's go. We're not done. We're not done yet, but we're one step closer. One game away from qualifying for GSL. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. Down in the series, looking to force the ace match. It is Bunny. Oh my god. And Bunny, he's had enough. He's going for a proxy 2x in the natural base of Dark. Meanwhile, Dark opens up with a pull first. Ooh, a very safe opener here from Dark. He rolls the dice, goes for a pull first. We'll have access to faster lings and faster queens. This is ideal for Dark. Bunny, really risky maneuver. Can he get away with this? The drone comes in, and we do not scout. We are not aware of the Raxes. Let's go. Not quite a 12 pull. It was a pull first. I just see in the chat. I'm ready. I'm looking forward to 3 more hours of Dark versus Bunny. I mean, Bunny doesn't want it. He doesn't want 3 more hours. Get it over with as we're going for proxy marines. And bunkers are on the way. And Dark has no idea. He's going for roaches. Uh-oh. Dark, he's rushing into a faster gas geyser. He's going into roaches instead. He's not making too many lings. He's not making too many queens. He delayed his queen production in favor of the roach warren, which means these bunkers are going to get up and running. And Dark, he now sees. He now knows what's going on. Ay, ay, ay. Dark, he had his own plan of aggression. And not quite working out for him. Again, the queen is delayed. The lings are delayed because of the roach warren, which means this natural is going to go down. A couple of lings do make it out. They're going across the map. The marines are amassing. Now, I do think that we can break the natural. Can Bunny push into the main, though? With roaches, I feel like Dark should be okay. I feel like Dark should be able to hold. Should be able to hold on. Bunny is transitioning back at home. Factory in production. Hatchery down to half HP. Queen wants to save this. Can Dark save the natural? Oh boy. Here we go. We have 3 queens out. Sorry, 3 roaches out. We have 3 more roaches on the way. Gonna be 6 roaches in total, plus a queen. Nah, there's no saving it. The hatchery, it can be targeted. Roaches are coming in. And we're going for the roaches. We get 1. 1 roach, 2 roaches go down. Ooh, some brutal losses here for Dark. And he's gonna lose barely not a 3rd roach. The base will fall. Dark, he threw away 2 roaches and he didn't save the base. And just like that, Bunny, he's in a pretty good position. He's transitioning back at home. That is a starport on the way. Where is the CC? It is delayed. Delayed CC here. Bunny doubling down on aggression. Here we go. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Thriving GG in the chat for the raid of 212. Oh my papi. Of 222. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. If you are tuning in, you missed out on an amazing game. Game 1 was a 50-minute ZVT between these 2 players. And now we have some cheats. Now we have some proxy here. We are casting the GSL qualifiers. These are a couple of days old, but the GSL qualifiers were not casted live, so we are going over the replays so we can bear witness to what happened in the qualifiers. The game 1 was crazy. And now we do see Dark stuck on 1 base. Bunkers are finally being shut down. And Bunny, I'm really curious here if we're going to be committing. There we go. CC is on the way. A very delayed CC, but we went for a tank. Bunny, he was afraid of an all-in from Dark. Went for a tank first. And the game is going to be settling from here. Whew. Dark is droning. He's droning up, working on link speed, re-establishing or trying to re-establish his natural. He does have a roach force, and he's moving out. The goal here is to try to reciprocate that damage. He's looking for some SCV kills. Unfortunately, there's not much to get, especially with a Banshee on the way and a tank on the high ground. Bunny, he is ready for the roach counterattack. Again, CC is on the high ground. It's safe and sound. 3rd CC on the way behind this as well. Bunny getting ready for the mid game. Doubling down here on his CC production. Ooh, the Overlord Scout should confirm the Banshees, but I really like Banshees in this position. Again, Dark, he has very limited anti-air. He has a Spore on the way, but he doesn't want to make a Spore. He's barely got an economy. So the Banshees, they have a lot of potential here to do some counter damage, to also deal with those roaches. Also, a big shout out as well. I didn't get to shout you out earlier, but a big shout out to Kibrit in the chat for resubscribing for 3 months in a row. Thank you, papi. Thank you so much. Gracias, Kibrit or Kybrit. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Did subscribe during game 1, and I didn't want to drag attention away from the game. So I forgot to shout you out, but thank you. Thank you so much. Quack, papi, quack. Let's see, we go. The Banshee does get into the main base, gets 1 drone, but does sustain quite a bit of damage. As the Banshee moves out, the roaches are moving in. We're headed towards the natural. We do have a tank on the high ground. But can we get into the mineral line? Ooh, not quite. It would take some volleys to the face. Bunny, he does hold. And Bunny is ahead in the economy. He's got an even worker count plus mules. So he's ahead. Plus a 3rd base on the way. Dark behind with his own 3rd base timing. Again, he just had a really rough opener, really rough start. The roaches get caught out. Not like this. The roaches do get caught out. A couple of them get picked off by the Banshee. And Bunny's working on his bio transition. Meanwhile, Dark is working towards his lair. Still just droning up. Still just trying to resaturate his bases. Lair should be for roach speed. We're pretty committed here to roach play. We have to make use of the tech that we have. And we'll see what Bunny can get done with his first push. It's going to be pretty intense. We're working on those 2 Medivacs, building a Marine. Stim is done. We have 1 tank for the time being, but soon to be 2. Bunny just moving out to establish his 3rd. But with these Medivacs, we could commit. We can push. There we go. And this move out is going to be brutal here. Bunny up in army supply. He has 2 tanks. Now, depending on the angle of attack, technically Dark, he could deal with this if he's able to pile down those tanks. The Ravagers could be a saving grace. But he only has 3 of them. Only 3 Ravagers. Here we go. Reduce him 1-4. We get a Queen. Queen goes down. A lot of tumors as well. Bit ambitious there by Bunny. As he does confirm the army, and he will back off. Okay, I would have assumed that we would have committed here. I think we could have, but Bunny's going to respect it. Going to retreat. I mean, he got a Queen, got some tumors. And he goes back home with the tanks, and he will rotate with his drops. Okay. So the tanks will be safe at home. Marines looking for more damage. See in chat, is this live? Yes. Yes, this is live. I mean, it's a live replay cast. But these games were not broadcasted. The GSL qualifiers are never broadcasted live, but we do get the replays, which is nice. As we do deny the 4th base, it is cancelled. We do see Dark rushing into an infestation pit. This should be for infestors. I mean, we do gain access to Hive, but infestors are necessary here for Dark to try to outtrade his opponents. Oh, we catch another Queen! Another Queen goes down. We get so many tumors as well. Dark, he's down to 4 Queens. Only enough to inject, really. He's trying to keep up. Trying to force back that army and maintain his creep. Meanwhile, Bunny this entire time has been building up his army. Still leaving 2 tanks back at home. But going for a split push. Well, actually, he's going to be meeting up. There we go. He's consolidating his forces, bringing everything together. And what does Dark have? He still only has 3 Ravagers. 4 more on the way. 7 in total. But that's very limited creep spread. So far, Bunny just clearing up some creep, paving the way for his push. Tanks are slowly pushing forward here. 4 CC on the way behind this. It is not a 3-base all in. 2-2 has started up. Good battles here from Dark. Does take down a tank. But without splash damage, there's nothing stopping these Marines. We stim on forward. Where are the Fungals? They're not too bad. Fungals are looking decent. The Roaches, they push on forward. Another Fungal here on the Marines, but the spread is too good. The concave here from Bunny. As he barely works his way through the Marines, sorry, through the Lings, through the Roaches, and onto the Ravagers. He barely breaks through the army. 1 Ravager survives. Dark, he's trying to hold on desperately, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Bunny ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Again, a very successful 2-axe from Bunny. Unfortunately, it looked like Dark was like hard countering it. Dark, if you remember, he went for a pool first. Went for a pool first opener here in game 2. But he delayed his Queen, he skipped out on Lings, and he was going into a Roach Rush, blindly going into a Roach Rush while he was being proxy 2-axed, and he just had no vision, had no idea what was happening until it was too late. He lost his hatchery, he lost his Roaches, and Bunny was able to take a massive lead from that start, from the early game. And with that, we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. I'm catching up in the chat. Catching up. Bjorn is actually so much easier to say than Bunny. It all melds together. It all melds together. I love this boy-on-boy action. Out of context, that sounds so weird. But that was when the workers were fighting each other. I want Dark's big hairy slit. The copy pasta. But here we go. At least we've made our way into the ace match. Game number 3. It all ends here. As a reminder, this is a qualifying match for this season of GSL. And it is only a best of 3, so it all ends here. It all ends now. Let's go. Maybe scouting a little late. No, he didn't scout, period. He didn't scout behind his natural base. To be fair, the Overlord doesn't usually scout that location. You check the outside of the natural and at the third base location instead. So Dark was in the dark. Regardless, we're now getting into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left, going for a very safe opener, going for a 15-15. Let's go. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Here we go, 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. This leads into earlier queens, this leads into earlier lings. A very safe way to open up. If Bunny were to go for a proxy here in game 3, Dark would have a much easier time responding and reacting. As we can see though, Bunny throws down that Rax back at home. No proxy this time. No proxy this time from Bunny. And again, Dark just playing it out safely here. Now, talking about this opener, talking about the 15-15, as I have the spawning pool in the way, there are different variations. Dark has been known to open up 15-15 and delay his gas even further than normal and go for a faster third base instead and go into roaches from here. Like, this is something that he has done on maps like Golden Aura and on maps like Oceanborn. Because of how close these bases are to defend, we can afford to skip ling speed for as long as possible and just avoid it entirely. And it looks like we are indeed going for the third. So Dark, he is going gasless. Basically, this is a 15-15 gasless variation where Dark should be looking to take a faster third hatchery. So a little bit greedy here. It is risky. The downside for going for this build and going for this playstyle, as we do have, actually, no, we're not delaying that second queen. 6 lings are on the way. We do see Bunny checking for the third base. I assumed that we would be going for a faster third, but no, we are making and investing into 6 lings. This should still lead into a fast third, though. As no, we're going across the... Okay, let's go. Dark, he's cooking, Papi. He's cooking. Let me try your food. Let's go. Very interesting. It is still gasless, don't get me wrong, but we're not taking advantage of that. Otherwise, would have been faster third. Overlord is being forced back. It is going to be a standard opener here. Rax expand. Reaper has arrived. And I'm sure that Dark was hoping maybe it would be a Marine opener instead. Lings, they can shut down this Marine. They will at least bring it low. Not too bad. Dark now going for his third. So this is a very safe version of this gasless opener. He could have gotten away with a faster third, but I guess Dark was just playing safe. He was just playing very safe here. After what happened in game number 2, I don't blame him. But this usually leads into roaches because of how late the gases are. Going into ling speed from here is usually not worth it. Now, the risky thing of going for this playstyle for Dark is without ling speed, you only have queens to defend. Purely queens to defend. It means that if Bunny realizes what's going on, he can go for a Hellion dive. And if he gets past these queens with the Hellions, there is nothing to defend. There are no lings to catch the Hellions like they otherwise would. So we are vulnerable to Hellion dives if we are able to recognize what's going on. Otherwise, Dark should get away with this. I'm brought back to Clem. If you're watching Clem versus Raynor a couple of days ago in the ESL Open Cup Europe, we casted the finals of Clem versus Raynor. And Raynor went for a gasless opener, just like what Dark is doing. And Clem immediately realized what was going on. Immediately realized, and he went for a Hellion dive, and he just killed like 18 drones. Like Clem just took advantage of Raynor in this position. Meanwhile, Bunny going for a Hellbat push. Ooh, okay. I like this. This is okay. So no gas. What does that mean? No banelings, no roaches. We only have slowlings and queens to defend. This Hellbat push has potential. It has potential. I mean, queens aren't the worst unit to defend against Hellbats, to be fair. You know, with Transfuse, they're quite tanky. But it's not just Hellbats, it's Hellbat Marauder. I feel like Dark is in a bit of trouble. I'll be honest. This is going to be a tight hold. This is going to be a very tight hold here. Dark being so greedy, just now getting into his gases. Still no tech to work with. How many queens do we have? We have 7 queens, soon to be 9. 9 queens to defend. These Marauders are going to be key here to break the defenses. Dark is still droning. He's still droning, and here we go. The Hellbats, they have arrived. Bunny pushing in. Hellbats are revealed. Again, we have to babysit these Marauders. They cannot be focused down. We try to push them forward. The surround with the queens, though. One queen does get transfused, will not go down, and we're going for the mineral line. Bunny, he avoids the queens. He's going for the drones, going for the economy. We're waddling it. It's such an awkward all-in. It's such an awkward push as we head towards the main base, but nah, we're being picked away at. Dark, he will hold. He will shut this down completely. Yeah, the Hellbats, they don't manage to get any damage whatsoever. They try to waddle into the mineral line. But again, good reaction out of Dark. And Dark, he's going to be miles ahead from here. Marauders are dropped towards the third. We get a drone. A couple of workers. How much do we get? 4 drones. 4 drones go down. But the medevac falls. And Bunny, he is going to be cleaned up. The Hellions, they come in though. I do like this more. The Hellions, they're going to do more than the Hellbats. And they will burst up some of these drones. A lot of damage being done. And Bunny, he's making up for the failed Hellbat push with the Hellions. We spoke about it. Like, I like Hellions here more than Hellbats. You can just bypass the queens. Get into the mineral lines. Ooh, get an extra drone. And as the dust does settle, we killed 18. Oh my god. 18 drones went down. I would like this position for Bunny if we didn't invest so hard. If it was only a Hellion dive, then sure, right? 18 worker kills is beautiful. But Bunny, he didn't just lose Hellions. He lost a Liberator. He lost a Medevac. He lost Marauders. It was a much more committed investment from Bunny. So Dark, he's going to be able to stabilize. Bunny, back at home, takes his third. He's not out of it. Again, it wasn't an all-in. I misspoke earlier. It wasn't an all-in. It was a pretty dedicated push. We can head into the mid-game. We're going to be settling down into the mid-game. Who do I want to give the edge to? That's the question. I want to say Dark. Dark, he got away with so much greed. He delayed his gases for so long here, droning up so hard, taking his 4th base. He's on 63 workers, and now we're getting into Lingbane. A little bit unexpected. I was expecting roaches, but it is going to be Lingbane from Dark. Just now getting into, what is this, like an 8-minute Ling speed timing? Let's go. Who needs Ling speed until 8 minutes? But I do like Dark's position overall here. I mean, it's stuck re-droning, sure, but Bunny can't do anything. Like, Bunny, he can't touch him. Stim is done. He's moving out without medevacs. Medevacs still on the way. Now we'll see if Bunny can get some damage done here. Again, Ling speed still not done, by the way. We're still vulnerable. This push has potential. So we throw up some creep. We don't engage with the queens, though. Bunny will fall back. From here, Dark is not just going Lingbane, he's going Lingbane into Hydras. Into Hydras behind this. I mean, Bunny still has a pretty terrifying Bioforce, is what I will say. All these upgrades are a little bit delayed here because of the opener. 1-1 is going to be kicking in first for the Terran, so there's going to be a window. There's going to be a slight window here where Bunny has 1-1 over the 0-0 of Dark. Tanks are sieging. Bailing speed is still not done either. But I feel like this push needs to get damage done before everything kicks in. Because then Dark is going to have an easier time defending. Tanks slowly pushing forward. We're encroaching upon the 4th base. A lot of creep to work through. Dark going for a big counterattack instead. And it looks like he will give up on the hatchery. The drones! No! Rallied past the tanks. A good chunk of them go down. Not all of them, thankfully, but the hatchery should fall. At the same time, Dark setting up a bailing run by. Do we have anything at the 3rd? We do have a wall. We have SimCity. Hatchery does go down. Good damage done here by Bunny. Again, it was a window that he has to take advantage of. Dark now has bailing speed, but the creep is receding. And Bunny is pushing in. And Dark, do we turn back around? No, we're committing. We bust through the wall. Deeper is going to be going down. And Bunny, he races back home. Lynx, they bust into the middle line. SCVs are going down. Oh, Bunny losing every worker here at his third. And this is buying so much time. And now this is only half an army. But Bunny, he may still have too much. Yeah, his tanks, they hold on. Only left a handful of Marines, but it's still enough. As he does lose his third. Bunny's all in. Bunny, he's all in at this point. Loses the third base, he's down to 46 SCVs. It's all or nothing for Bunny. He has to end the game with this push. He's breaking in. Dark, he's coming back home. He is coming back home. He's getting ready for a surround. Bunny, supply blocked. He cannot reinforce. Doesn't have much money anyway. The Lynx are coming for a surround. We collapse on the tanks, and the tanks are going down. We have 2 tanks left, though. They survive. The tanks, they do hold strong. The Lingbane gets evaporated, and Bunny, has he done it? He breaks through the Queens. The Queens are falling one after the other. The Bailings aren't ready. There's 8 Bailings on the way, and Bunny, he collapses on top of them. The Bailings need more time. Boys are being pulled. The Bio Army is so low. Bailings are finishing. But the tank shots are too good, and Bunny, he has done it. He has broken Dark. GG gets called, and Bunny qualifies for GSL. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Bunny does take the series here. He had a wild game one. Game one, if you were here for it, I know a lot of people missed it because they came in from the raid. Game one was a 50-minute late game ZVT that Dark came out on top of. And I was worried that after a 50-minute game, to lose a 50-minute game, I was worried that Bunny would be tapped out. I was worried that, you know, his morale would be shot, that he'd be spent after that. But no, he bounces back here as a Bunny would. He does bounce back in game 2. In game number 3 as well, I would say that in game 3 it was a really weird opener. Again, it was a gaseous opener, but a really late third from Dark, so he wasn't able to take full advantage of it. I will say that he did defend against the Hellbat push really well. Like, the Hellbats didn't do much. Remember, they killed 4 drones, the Hellbat Marauder push. But it was the follow-up. The Hellbats may have only killed 4 workers, but the Hellions, they made up for that. We killed 18 drones in total. That helped make up for it. It helped stabilize. It helped lead in towards that mid-game. And we saw that because of how late the gases were, it still took a while for Dark to get into Link speed, to Bailing speed, and to get into his 1-1. Remember, all those upgrades were still on the way. And before those upgrades finished, that's when Bunny hit. Remember, that's when Bunny moved out, and that's when Bunny killed the 4th base. It was a pretty close push. If Bunny had waited any longer, I don't think he would have killed the 4th. I don't think he would have gained as much success. I don't think he would have gained as much ground. I feel like it was a pretty close timing there from Bunny, and he was able to kill that 4th base. By the time the upgrades finished up, I mean, the creep was already receding. The 4th base had already gone down. Dark did force the all-in. That is true. He did force the all-in out of his opponents. He did kill the 3rd, did cripple the economy. But he could not keep up. He could not contest against the army. It was a close fight. It was a close fight. But Bunny did take it in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations. Big win. Big win for Bunny, especially considering that Dark is considered to be the best Zerg player in Korea. I know that Solar is the most recent GSL champion. I know, true, I know. But Dark, like, I don't know, I still think of him as a stronger player in a lot of matchups, and he's still a terrifying beast. Remember, in IM Katowice, Dark, he was the only player to take a map off of Serral. The only player in the entire tournament to take a map off of Serral. And he had a deep run in that tournament as well. So Dark is in form, but does go down to Bunny here. Now, if you are a Dark fan, do not worry, do not fret, because Dark has another chance. He has another chance here. Let's quickly switch our scenes over and have a look at our matches here. Also, a big shout out to Horst Local in the chat. Ga, papi, ga. Big shout out to Horst Local. Quack, papi, quack. Thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months. Just over a year of support. Thank you, papi, thank you. We appreciate the support here on the channel. Hope you've been enjoying the content. Hope you've been having a great time here in the chat, and hope you've been enjoying the broadcast. Here we go. Meanwhile, these are the matches we just wrapped up, and if you want to tune into the VODs are available on YouTube and here on Twitch. I do recommend Maru versus Classic. Maru did take down Classic 2-0. That was a very fun series. It was great to really dig our teeth into it. Classic versus DRG was back and forth. Creator versus Gumiho was a close one. It was quite a close series as well. Hero versus Creator was more one-sided. I will say that. The PvP between Hero and Creator was more one-sided, and Hero was looking a little bit more dominant in that PvP. And, oh, sorry. I do need to update the score. There we go. And Dark versus Bunny, game 1, or the entire series actually, was a banger. Was a banger of a series. Do check it out. As we have our qualified players for GSL, we have Maru, we have Classic, we have Hero, we have Creator, and we have Bunny. The players that didn't qualify here were DRG, Gumiho, and Dark. But again, they do have another chance. DRG and Gumiho, they're going to be seeded into the last chance qualifier. They're going to be seeded into another bracket where they will have another opportunity to make it into GSL. So both Gumiho and DRG, they have another opportunity here. Meanwhile, Dark is knocked down to the lower bracket. What is the lower bracket, you say? Let me just switch over. Dark, he gets knocked down to face off against SOS. SOS is lying in wait. He has been lying in wait, waiting for another qualifying match, for an opponent, for the loser of Bunny versus Dark, and it is Dark. So Dark versus SOS. That is going to be our first series that we're going to be casting tomorrow. Wait, we casted 5 matches today. We're casting the other half tomorrow. So this is the other half of the GSL qualifier. We have Dark versus SOS. We have Cure versus Shin. The loser of Cure versus Shin goes up against Stats. Then we have Beyond versus Solar. Loser of that series goes up against Su in another qualifying match. All these matches are qualifying matches, by the way. And again, there is kind of like a lower bracket to each of those matches as well. And any player that doesn't qualify through round 1 gets invited into round 2. At least like from these qualifying matches. They get invited into round 2. So again, if you're a fan of Gumiho and DRG, they are invited and seeded into round 2 where they have one final chance to qualify for GSL. And we will be casting that as well. We're going to be casting all of that tomorrow. We're going to be casting these 5 matches and also round 2 in 24 hours. So make sure to mark your calendars and make sure to follow the channel. For those matches. Are you going to cast all the games? Yes, we're going to cast all the games, but the rest is going to be tomorrow here. Just because we've already reached the 4-hour mark, and if we wanted to cast this half, it'd be 8 hours, which, I mean, we could do. I've done 8-hour casts before, but we may as well split it up just to make sure that I'm well rested. I don't want to like run out of steam towards the end and like run out of stamina. So we're going to be cutting the broadcast in half. Cutting it in half to make sure that we're freshened up and ready for a fresh day of qualifiers tomorrow. Big cast tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Big cast. The Bunny GSL run always levels up for GSL, right? I mentioned that when we were getting into the first series. Sorry, when we were getting into game 1 of Dark versus Bunny. I don't know what it is, but again, even though Bunny isn't really active. He isn't really active in the online tournaments. He is a little bit lackluster in WTL, but specifically for GSL, he pops off. I don't know what it is about GSL and Bunny, but he has some really good performances and really good showings. So I do look forward to it. Oh. I do look forward to it. The power of the queen. See Colossus in the chat. Clem roasted Ranger drones. He did roast his drones. Did happen. Can't wait for Su's games. Yeah. The Su matches tomorrow. Beyond versus Solar is going to be insane. The big thing that I'm looking at, both SOS and Stats are recently returning players, relatively recently. Stats was also recently a part of IM Katowice, but both SOS and Stats are Protoss players that haven't really come into their own in their return. Like Stats coming back from the military, he isn't quite at the level he used to be. Unlike Hero and Classic, like Hero and Classic are really good examples of players returning from the military and looking so damn powerful. Like they have risen to the upper echelons of Protoss in the world. Like Hero and Classic are really successful. Stats, less so. He has yet to really get into his groove. SOS as well. SOS, he hasn't been able to do so either, which is a little bit sad, a little bit upsetting. So my eyes are on them to see how good they look. You know, have they been practicing? Have they been competing? Have they been committing? Are they finally breaking through that barrier and really breaking into the competitive scene? Really, that's what I'm looking for. But for both SOS, Stats, and Sue. Sue is also applicable to that as well, where Sue came back from the military and again, he hasn't really found as much success. To be fair, I do know that SOS, Stats, and Sue, they aren't full-time players. I do know that, which is a part of it, right? Like, they all have other commitments, they all have other jobs, they all play StarCraft part-time, which is a reason why they aren't as successful as Hero and Classic, for example. But regardless, I'm curious to see kind of their state of play. Very curious to see their state of play here. And likewise, of course, the regulars like Shin, Cure, Beyond, Solar, Dark. Gonna be some good stuff. Good stuff. So I was playing Brood War. Yeah, I did see a couple of players dabble in Brood War. I know like TY is playing Brood War. There was another player in the qualifier. Who am I thinking of? I can't quite remember. But there are a couple of players that returned from the military that are playing in Brood War. I know that TY wanted to play in both, and technically he is playing in both Brood War and StarCraft 2. Maybe Sue as well. It's okay, Papi. You're always fresh. Oh, gracias, Papi. Gracias. But with that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Again, it was a great day of qualifiers for the GSL, and we will conclude the GSL qualifiers in less than 24 hours. Let me just quickly set that up here as well. But in less than 24 hours, we're going to be going over the rest of the GSL qualifiers. So be here tomorrow for the conclusion, or you can always just watch the VODs. Again, the VODs are always available on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can check it out. Exclamation mark, ha. YouTube in the chat if you guys want a link to that as well. We are co-streaming on YouTube, which is why the VODs are all already there as soon as we do wrap up. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We'll be back tomorrow with the remainder of the GSL qualifiers. Until then, hasta luego. Hasta luego. Have a great week of StarCraft. Have a great time. If you're curious what else we're going to be doing here on the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be going over the IM Katowice group stage later on in the week. And we also have some live broadcasts over the weekend. We have a show match between Gemini and Universe. We have the Platinum Hyper Cup. We have the Logic Games. And we have the return of the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Our very own weekly open tournament is returning on Sunday. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is streaming right now? I see someone. Who is streaming right now? I see Eva he just went live. He just went live 20 minutes ago, so I may just raid Eva. Is there anyone else? Let me just double check. Who is streaming? There is Eva. There is Angry. It's a Polish Terran player. Do I know anyone else? I'm not seeing too many other people here. It's gotta be Eva, right? It's gotta be. Yeah. Oh, Miyamika's streaming. Ah, god damn it. So Miyamika and Ender, the Filipino Zerg and the Vietnamese Zerg player respectively. Sorry, Ender and Miyamika. They're live right now, but they're streaming Stormgate. Shaking my head. Where's the passion? So they're both streaming Stormgate at the moment, so we'll raid Eva just to stick with the same game. Give some love to him. So give him some love, give him some support. He is a Zerg player from the land of the UK. He's a really strong player. He's very young as well. He's like 12. He's like 12 or 13 years old. A bit of a prodigy. Really good player, really fun guy. So give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some GSL action. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego.